which leads us to another part, antiwhiteism, which is a huge part of this hell. That if you're a male, you're white, you are public enemy number one.
The following is brought to you in part by a grant from the Foundation for White Wellbeing.
Tear us apart. They throw their stones, but I've got a brave heart. I'm proud of my roots, I won't be ashamed. With fire in my soul, I'll never be tamed. They want us silent, but I'll raise my voice. With every ounce of strength, I'll make my choice. No more shadow, I'll step into the light. With pride in my blood, I'll stand and fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. They try to erase us, rewrite the past, but the strength of our heritage is built to last. I'll shout it from the rooftops, let the truth be known. With every step I take, I'm never alone. They can't take my spirit, they can't take my pride. With my brothers beside me, I'll never hide. Together we'll rise, we'll break through the night. With courage in our hearts, we'll win this fight. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. So here I stand, unyielding and proud. In the face of their hate, I'll shout it loud. No more guilt, no more chains to bind. With pride in my heritage, I'll never unwind. We'll carry the torch, we'll light up the night. In this battle for truth, we'll stand and fight. With strength in our hearts and pride in our soul, we'll rise together, we'll take control. No white guilt, I'll carry the flame. In this fight for our honor, I'll stake my claim. With every heartbeat, I'll stand my ground. In a world of chaos, my voice will resound. No white guilt, I'm proud of my name. In this world of darkness, I'll never feel shame.
When there's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs, I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home.
Yes, we sure as hell will. And it's Sunday Gathering, ladies and gentlemen, the best day of every week, of every month, of every year. And it is wonderful to be with you all. Featured stories here today on our Sunday Gathering. Or we are all the same? Big fat question mark for that. Fund anti-white terror riots? Who could be behind it? Iran and Israel, they're at war, if you hadn't heard. We might talk a little bit about that. The LGBT, have they been 86th or not? We'll talk about that. And Vance, Boelter, murderer. We'll look into that. Go for each segment of the day. The MP, we all bleed red. To which the MC responds, it's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. We'll be talking about that and this and so much more. Your comments and questions. And then there's this. My next door neighbors, the Johnsons, a more or less prude couple with very little and awkward intimate experience, were unable to conceive children and decided to use a surrogate father to start their family. On the day the proxy father was to arrive, Mr. Johnson, with much trepidation, kissed his wife goodbye and said, well, I'm off. The man should be here soon. Half an hour later, just by chance, a door-to-door baby photographer happened to ring the doorbell, hoping to make a sale. Good morning, ma'am, he said. I've come to... Oh, no need to explain. Mrs. Johnson cut in, embarrassed and unable to look him in the eye. I've been expecting you. Have you really? Said the photographer. Well, that's good. Did you know babies are my specialty? Well, that's what my husband and I hoped for. Please come in and have a seat. After a moment, she asked, while blushing, well, where do we start? Leave everything to me, ma'am. I usually try 2 in the bathtub, 1 on the couch, and perhaps a couple on the bed. And sometimes the living room floor is a lot of fun. You can really spread out there. Bathtub? Living room floor? No wonder it didn't work out for me and Ralph before. Well, ma'am, none of us can guarantee a good one every time. But if we try several different positions and I shoot from 6 or 7 angles, I'm sure you'll be pleased with the results. Oh my, that's a lot, gasped Mrs. Johnson. Ma'am, in my line of work, a man has to take his time. I'd love to be in and out in 5 minutes, but I'm sure you'd be disappointed with that. Don't I know it? Said Mrs. Johnson quietly. The photographer opened his briefcase and pulled out a large portfolio of his baby pictures. This was done on top of a bus, he said. My God, Mrs. Johnson exclaimed, gasping and grasping at her throat. And these twins here turned out exceptionally well, when you consider her mother was so difficult to work with. She was difficult? Asked Mrs. Johnson. Yes, I'm afraid so. I finally had to take her to the park to get the job done right. People were crowding around 4 and 5 deep to get a look at what we were doing. 4 or 5 deep? Said Mrs. Johnson, her eyes wide with amazement. Yes, the photographer replied. And for more than 3 hours, too. The mother was constantly squealing and yelling. I could hardly concentrate. And when darkness approached, I had to rush my shots. Finally, when the squirrels began nibbling at my equipment, I just had to pack it all in. Mrs. Johnson leaned forward. Do you mean they actually chewed on your, equipment? It's true, ma'am, yes. Well, if you're ready, I'll set up my tripod and we can get to work right away. A tripod? Oh, yes, ma'am. I need to use a tripod to rest my Canon. It's much too heavy to be held for long. With that, Mrs. Johnson fainted. We are going free, ladies and gentlemen. Happy Father's Day. Poor Mrs. Johnson. It is 5 p.m. in the once great state of Virginia. 7 in Sydney, 10 in London, midnight in Moscow. And we are in service to white well-being across from Mordor on the Potomac. It is glorious to be with every single one of you on this wonderful, wonderful Father's Day, and in service to white well-being, the House of Swash. It is the Church of the West, and we are making it happen. It's wonderful to see everybody. If you would like to financially gift while you are here with us, poor Mrs. Johnson, while you are here with us, you can do so. You can head on over to the app that permits cash, and you can financially gift there. You can head on over to Subscribestar. I'll be keeping an eye on that over the course of the gathering. You can head on over to D Live, onto Odyssey, on the Premium Rumble, onto the Dude Bro Moment platform, also known as Odyssey, which is up and running and looking magnificently right now. If you would like to donate to the Church of the West and the glorious work that we're doing here in service to white well-being, improving the lives of all people who live in the West as a consequence, you can do so. Head on over to thefoundationforwhitewellbeing.org, thefoundationforwhitewellbeing.org. Please tag yours truly in your message with your donations. 501c3, the premier institution in service to white well-being, actually, and with receipts, voluminous receipts, indicating the successes that we have here. Premier institution actually achieving victories for white people in our individual lives and in the growing concentric circles in all the lives of people we touch. It's epic to be here. Mrs. Johnson. Mrs. Johnson, inexperienced and a little prude. Her and Ralph. And then this guy comes over with his cannon. Needs a tripod. You can also head on over to nowhyguilt.org. And when you get there, you won't find the cameraman with his tripod, but you will find a financial gift tab. If you click on that, you'll see a snail mail address at which you can reach yours truly. You will also see 5 cryptocurrency wallets at which you can reach me, and I will read those the subsequent week when any of those come in, and I'll be keeping an eye on that as well. You'll also find a link for that foundation, the premier foundation on planet Earth in service to white well-being, and so many successes. Last week, we had knocked it out of the park, just out of here, ladies and gentlemen. There it goes. It's out of the stadium, it's out of the city, and it's still traveling. So many glorious victories. If you missed it, you'll have to go back and have a look. It is epic. We have a host, an absolute tranche of victories coming as well today, and we're very excited about that. The very first thing we're going to be doing today, we'll be getting to in just a moment, but I want to say to you all, I want to remind you that if you are curious and would like to have your comments or questions or concerns answered by yours truly, and that's what we do here in service to the West, you can do so by tagging me as No White Guilt across any of these platforms. I'm sure Mrs. Johnson will be joining you soon. Tag me as No White Guilt at No White Guilt, and I will appear and I will answer. And you could do so on X. You could do so on X, you could do so on YouTube, you could do so on Premium Rumble, on Odyssey, and on D Live. Even on Entropy, there's a tall Kevin, a very tall Kevin widget, and then there you can speak to me as well. And it won't scroll away there. But we will begin very quickly here. We got so many things to talk about, and it's so wonderful. With a segment, a new segment, ladies and gentlemen. We're introducing a new segment. So what do you think about a segment? Right here in the beginning, I call this segment, let's see, what do I call this segment? I call this segment Young Women in the Anti-Whiteism They Voted For.
Don't get me wrong, I love living in Paris, but it is not for the fucking weak. I want to be able to go outside right now and to be able.
I'm sorry, what? Don't get her wrong. She effing loves Paris. But she would like to be able to go outside.
To enjoy life, but I've been harassed so many fucking times in this goddamn city that I'm afraid to go anywhere fucking alone. And there's a whole beautiful city out there that I just...
It's a whole beautiful West that white men built, and now I can't access it and enjoy it frivolously because I've been voting for anti-whiteism. Applause, ladies and gentlemen. And that is a new segment titled Young Women Unable to Venture Out into the World Because of the Anti-Whiteism They Voted For. But it's not alone. We have another brand new segment. You're really going to enjoy this segment. This one I have titled, this segment is titled, Make It Make Sense. Make it make sense, ladies and gentlemen. Let's hear what this one has to say. Make it make sense.
I love it when people think that I'm stupid.
Oh, I love when people think I'm stupid. I love it.
I love when people think that I'm stupid because tell me why.
Tell me why. Tell me why, motherfucker. Tell me why.
I'm at the mechanic shop. And talking about I need a Cadillac converter.
You need a Cadillac converter? She don't even drive a caddy. How's she gonna? How she even know what sex her caddy is to convert? Anyhow.
But I drive a Jeep.
Oh, she drive a Jeep. It's probably male. She don't even want it to convert to female.
Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
I think I'm stupid. Ladies, when y'all going down to the mechanic shops, take
your man with you, but don't take your baby daddy because he already left.
Somebody with y'all. Your brother, your uncle, your daddy, your boyfriend, somebody.
You know it ain't no husband. You know it ain't no baby daddy. You could have a boyfriend, but your daddy, you know you ain't got no daddy. No daddy there for you to take.
Stop.
Maybe daddy is what she calls the boyfriend.
Going to these mechanic shops by yourselves because they know we don't know anything about cars. So they're trying to give us any type of services we don't even need.
So
outrageous prices. Because I don't understand. Make it make sense.
Make it make sense.
A Cadillac converter. I don't even have a Cadillac.
I don't even have a Cadillac.
A Jeep converter, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
They think we stupid, ladies.
They do.
Don't let these mechanics play in your face. And it'd be the shade tree ones all the way down to the
shade tree mechanic all the way down to the dealership. I don't know about y'all, but shade tree mechanic would be somewhere below the dealership, but I'm ignorant.
Dealerships. They all try to play in our faces. So next time I go get my car fixed, best believe I'm going to have somebody with me because I'm not playing with these people today.
Best believe, motherfucker. Best believe. But that is not the only news segment that we have to share today. We got another news segment that I want to share with you today right here at the very beginning. And this segment, I like to call this one, What? Really? Let's have a look. Says here, Oliver Anthony of Richmond, north of Richmond, and I Just Want to Go Home fame, embroiled in a divorce that is estimated to take more than half of his fortune, is set to release 2 new songs, Rich Bitch Stole My Chicken, and I Just Lost My Home.
Oliver Anthony's wife waited until he was worth millions of dollars and then divorced him and took half his shit and half his money because, of course, she did. Like, y'all remember the rich man of Richmond guy, Oliver Anthony? You know, he put out that one song and just blew up. Yeah, he made the smart decision of contacting Joe Rogan after he blew up and was like, what should I do? Because all these record companies were offering him millions of dollars. And he took Joe Rogan's advice to not sign with any of them because Joe Rogan knew he was going to get screwed. So he banked on himself and became worth way more than those record companies were offering. But then his wife filed for divorce, and she didn't only want half of what he was worth now. No, she wanted 60% of all future earnings. 60% of everything this man makes for the
60% sounds just like a woman. 8 seconds and be right back. Oh, all right. That's just a couple of new segments that I wanted to add in at our beginning as we are going free today in service to white well-being. Let me just take a moment to reach out and smack the ever-living shit out of the conservatives, because at the beginning of this month, and this is a peculiar type of month. I'm not going to call it what I would like to call it, not here, because the ear is against the door. The ear is against the door. So we will suffer as a consequence of it. But there's a particular month going on right now. And across the board, you have the conservatives are celebrating yet again in their inanity, celebrating another glorious victory they claim to have won. And that is that you're not seeing as much of the LGBTQ faction of anti-whiteism showing up in as many stores, or in the stores that it is showing up, it's a little diminished. And some of the parades have been diminished. Some of the parades were even canceled. And the conservatives, I mean, I even saw Matt Walsh, and they're like, we did it. We did it, boys. They're defeated. Those particular people were defeated. And it's driving me insane. So I just wanted to say a little bit about it here at the very beginning before we dig in deeper into our conversation today on this glorious Sunday. And I'm looking for you all to take part in the conversation, tagging me as No White Guilt. I don't even own a Cadillac. I think that woman and I think that woman and Oliver Anthony should get together. I think they're about the same IQ level. Couldn't happen to a nicer guy. Turned his back totally on us as a total cuck. Then goes on Fox News. Remember that? Goes on Fox News and he's like, this is not about helping white people out. Hell no. I was specifically, when I was talking about poor, I was talking about the poor black people that are being screwed over in Richmond. Fuck you, you fat tub of shit. Sorry for my language. But I'm a little irked. I'm a little irked here at the beginning of our gathering, talking about the conservatives celebrating another counterfeit victory. And we were just talking about counterfeit victories, weren't we? And so it's apropos to bring this up today. They actually achieved no victories. There's nothing long-standing. Forts that names are being changed back by Donald, those names will be changed again. The ship will go back to being named after a leading homosexual figure. I mean, that's what you want with your battleship? That's what your Navy fighting ships that are meant to kill. That's what you want. That's what you want. You don't want it called, fearsome warrior name. No, you wanted a leading homosexual figure. Great. So they're all celebrating this big victory. I tweeted this. Oh, I just want to say even before mentioning the reality of it, that yes, white people out there, some of you out there who are midwits, yes, some companies are publicly, meanwhile, their shareholders, we covered this, there's almost technically zero support for any drawdown on anti-whiteism in corporate America by way of the shareholders. There's just no interest in reining it in. It was like the company that had the most interest in that had like 2% of shareholders. So not happening, cucks. Not happening. What is happening, though, is that savvy business people are making a decision based on an individual. The anomaly that is Donald Trump, not the conservative right anti-whites on the right ability to boycott and undermine a company. You guys don't do that. That does not happen. You're not winning. I know you think that all that matters is money, but that's why you lose. Because people who value things more than money kick the shit out of people who are selfish individualists and just big valuers of dollars. Yeah, you defeated Bud Light. Yeah, you did. Nothing happened. Nothing happened. They're chugging along, record profits, just like before. No big deal at Anheuser-Busch. But yeah, you beat them. What is happening, though, is that companies, for example, like Target, can look at the anomalous individual, President Donald Trump, who can give an opinion as an individual that tens of millions of people will heed, will obey, will align with. No one else like that is alive. Blowjob Vance is not going to assume the presidency or run for the presidency. None of these other, Rubio, none of these other people are going to be able to step up, give an opinion on a company's DEI. We just call it whatever they want you to call it. I saw Fox News yesterday resurrect politically incorrect from the aughts. I swear to God in heaven, if I see a individual one more time in my life saying that they are politically incorrect, I will physically slap them. I am not going through the aughts again. You fat, vegetableized cucks. I'm not going to hear one more fake tough guy with his, well, you know what, in his hand on this estrogen-filled belly of his. And he's like, you know what, I'm one of them politically incorrects. He'll wake up 2 days later in the hospital. Stop using the words they give you. For the love of God. Nobody else is going to be able to injure a company like Donald Trump. And so as a consequence, smart business people, savvy business people at places like Target are saying, well, you know what? Donald Trump might name our company in a negative way from a post on True Social, maybe even on X, maybe from a lectern. And when he does that, tens of millions of people will, at least in the weeks that follow, maybe a month and a half that follows, will remember my leader, Donald Trump, the anomaly, the guy who survived assassination. The unstoppable Superman has said Target bad. And so I will skip Target today. That would mean for Target's revenues, a dip in the sales. And they want to prevent that dip. So instead of having as much anti-whiteism, especially this month, that they normally have, they're going to have a little bit less anti-whiteism on display. Whatever they feel will be not enough to tick off Donald Trump so that he won't say something. My cuck brothers and sisters, that's not a remedy. That's not a victory. That's not permanent. You've won nothing. You are a tard. Do you understand? You are a tard if you think that is some sort of victory. This is a single man that has the ability to injure a company. No one else has that ability. No one else ever will have that ability. No one else will be able to say for the totality of that many millions of people, this company bad, injury. So, yes, at companies across the United States, you're seeing a little bit of a diminishment because they don't want Trump talking negatively about them. You've got 4 years of that and it's over. Imagine what they're going to be like when they come back. Imagine what it's going to be like once Trump is gone as president and his word doesn't sway as many millions. His opinion doesn't sway as many. What if he doesn't even live the full 4 years? Who knows? And it'll be over immediately. So this is not a cultural victory. This is not a victory over. It's not like so many people have become sick and tired of this variety of anti-whiteism. Make no mistake out there, though, in the future, there will be enough non-white people in America who will also disagree with encouraging child sex. And then when that happens, companies will reel it back a little bit. But that'll definitely not be a victory for the white race because it'll be over for us at that point. Then you're literally in rags, begging for the crumbs from the non-white population. Please share a little bit in common with us. Please. Please say you don't want child sex. Please. Pathetic. But what's actually happening in the cities? What's actually happening this month? Why aren't you seeing the giant dildo parades and the sex, the oral sex in the streets, the anal sex in the streets that we have seen this month? Why not? Why not as much of it? Why is it diminished? Well, you're seeing it just yesterday because the anti-whites with the money, the anti-whites who are devious with the brains, they're saying we are going to reapportion. We are going to move the energy and the money away from this aspect of anti-whiteism, and we're going to move a giant chunk of it into this aspect of anti-whiteism. And that is the widespread, violent, anti-white terrorism to destabilize the country yet again, just like 2020, to disrupt Donald Trump and the Republican Party, to cause disunity, to disunify the Republican Party with threats. I mean, we already got politicians getting killed just the other day, etc. So the cucks have won nothing. They don't understand when there is a reprioritization of attention and funds on your victimizer's side. This is what I wrote. I've seen the cucks claiming they've defeated the LGBT faction of anti-whiteism because they're seeing less sick month activities. But the sick month has less funding and is played down because the anti-whites on the left were planning no kings and more in the way of protests. The cucks don't get it, and they never will. And I will add to that, never, ever, 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 because they're childish children. You will never understand. I saw yesterday these content creators live streaming 4 live streams, 5 live streams as they show their audience, and they have money pouring in. Unbelievable, these tarred conservatives. Unfucking real. Hundreds and hundreds. People super chatting, hundreds and hundreds, and literally, they're all like trying to outdo each other with $100 bills. And what's being said? I actually got into the chats of a couple and I was like, what's the remedy? Silence. Come on over, check out the remedy. Silence. Nobody wants anything to do with a remedy. They just want to hear some clown on some stream saying, what we need to do is wish list. Well, damn it, Martha. Martha, come on in here, Martha. Martha, she's making me. What are you making? Making macaroni? She's making me macaroni tonight. Martha, come on. You don't want to get on camera? Okay, Martha. All right. Well, what do we need to do, though? That's right. We got to kick them all out. Everything will be fine once we kick them all out. Right, Martha? That's what we said this morning. $100 bill, $100 bill, $100 bill. I mean, are you fucking kidding me? What else do we need, Poobah? What else do we need? Give us some more of the wish. Well, we just got to kick all them lefties out. That's what me and Martha were saying the other day. We were heading over to the doctor's appointment, and we said, you know what we need? We need to kick all the lefties out. Fucking genius. I'm absolutely stunned with the intelligence. Yes, $100 bill, $100 bill, $100 bill. Man, God bless you. They're in the chat. They're like, God bless you and Martha. God bless you and your wife. I'm so happy you're here just speaking up and doing something for us other Todds out there in the vegetable garden. How many of us Todds in the vegetables? You're like all these voices coming in like, yay, yay. It's like all of these little vegetables in the vegetable produce department, aisle 9. $100 bill, $100 bill. Nothing of value. Tens of thousands of people watching. Look at them out there. They're despicable. And here's the thing. Really got me going on the one of them. The fucking tard. I mean, the guy is first of all, I don't know. He's like late 30s to mid 40s range. Maybe early 40s. And the guy's showing these videos of these giant protests yesterday. Well, they have 80,000 people in Philadelphia alone. They've got shots fired in Salt Lake City. They're surrounding the ICE buildings in Portland and busting out all the windows and everything. And what does this genius have to share with everybody? Well, these are just a bunch of useful idiots. I was, I think 18. the first time I heard that, and I was like, I think they're more than just useful idiots. I think they really believe in something. They look like they're willing to cave your skull in. Well, no, son, you got to understand. They're just useful idiots. They're just dum-dums. They don't even think it for themselves. They're just useful idiots. You understand what I'm telling you? No, well, see, if there's another problem to it, Leroy, there's another problem to it, Jim Bob. The problem is that if they're just useful idiots, then I can't get people excited to want to destroy them because they're just rotten and dumb and being led around by the nose. You go ahead and go talk to the people and find out what they say about what's got to be done with the useful idiots. The useful idiots, the masses will tell you, are victims. So the guy's like, yeah, useful idiots. And I'm in the live chat like crazy. It's anti-whiteism. It's anti-whiteism again and again. Martha's fucking banning me. I'm sure. I didn't go to look from another account, but I'm sure she was on it. She's like, Opie, get in here. Tell me how to work this banning button. How do I ban this in here? Opie comes running in with his fucking fishing rod and his pants rolled up to the bottoms of his knees, barefoot. I'll show you, mama. Let me show you real quick. We'll ban this guy right now. We'll ban the baddie. So I'm in there typing away like fire. It's anti-whiteism. Can you see what I'm typing? Anybody in this can chat. Can you see what I'm typing? It's not useful idiots. These people are not victims. They are not misled. 80,000 out in Philly alone. They are there to cut your fucking throat. Have you ever confronted these people? I have. They will cut your throat. They will cave your head in. They will put you in the poorhouse faster than they will happily put their own mothers in the poorhouse. They are out there with a conviction to destroy Western kind in the West. Useful idiots. The conservatives. So I'm going crazy. Well, somebody gets his comment through to this guy. Somebody, I don't know how, he ends up reading it. Somebody else's comment. I didn't even see it. Chat going by 100 miles an hour. $100 bill. $100 bill. $100 bill. For this fucking useless vegetative shit. This guy gets through. And the guy writes that they're anti-whites. Anti-white. What did he call them? Anti-white. Maybe criminals. Maybe something like that. Anti-white thugs or something like that. This guy reads it. He says, oh, well, whatever, says anti-white, because he's hardcore in too. They're just a bunch of useful idiots. Then he goes, somebody says they're anti-white thugs. Some of them, he says, some of them, like this. Some of them. Some of them. Like what some? What percentage are we talking about, Opie? What percentage are we talking about? Some of them are anti-white. What are the rest of them? Useful idiots? Cultural Marxists? He said, cultural Marxist? That's like bell word in cuckland. They like ring a bell every time they hear Marxist. Like every time somebody says Marxist, a bell gets rung. A cuck gets a hard on. Bing! Woo! Yeah! He said Marxist. Fucking losers. I had to get that off my chest. You didn't win anything. It is a reapportionment, reorganization. The MC of today, I want you all focused on is this. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. It is not the similarities that make us the same. I have used this meme curative over the course of my life to powerful results, thousands of victories. I have shut down entire classrooms objecting to me. Entire classrooms. I have I have had supercilious, snotty, female teachers, and they're almost all female, whether they have a ding-ding or not. They're almost all female. But I've had these females, these snotty, holier than thou. You know the type I'm talking about, the exact type I'm talking about, right? Absolutely fraught with cant. And they're up there preaching to you about anti-whiteism. Doesn't matter the class. And I have taken this like I just scored in a American football game. I just scored, and I'm going to bring that spike in the football all the way back here from Vietnam. And I'm just like, yeah, right on their face. Head blows up. It is not the similarities that make us the same. It is the differences that make us different. And you bring this up for the point of holding the line on the instinctual differences, the biospiritual, again, my opinion, differences between the different groups of mankind. It's not the similarities that make us, and this just absolutely detonates about 100 positions for anti-whites. About 100 or more positions they grow from the notion that everybody's identical. Now, of course, you can go the other direction and point out that it's not very identical when we are being considered the villain. We are portrayed as the villain. But I find this to be the most powerful. I've used many other ways. That's why it is in Go Free, second edition iteration to this one. This meme curative, though, has been around for a long before even edition 2, even edition 1, when it was a book in this format. Been around for a long time, very powerful. We're going to be coming back to this. I want you to think about it as we go over the stories that we are going to be covering today. And this, I was having a conversation on DM back and forth with a woman in the community. I didn't have an opportunity to ask her if I could include her part of the conversation, so I'm not going to. But you'll understand in my response what was being discussed. And I feel this is important to talk about. And once I mention it, we're going to be getting into our big news here, the war between Israel and Iran. And it's on full. The United States already involved. You're going to like my insights on this. And what does it really mean for people who are white positive? We'll be getting to that. We got that. We got the army parade joke. We got that coming up. We'll talk about that vis-a-vis the No Kings protest from a group of people who hate the founding fathers. Talk about irony. Like anti-whites will take any position and use any position, even a position they absolutely loathe, from people they absolutely loathe, like these founding fathers, white men, all of them, of America. They will use their position, even as much as they hate them, to get to an anti-white conclusion. But the cucks, they're like, my hands are tied. I can't do that. Of course, we'll be talking about that, and we'll be talking about this murder. Talk about how, and we've demonstrated here over the years about how anti-whites tend to each other, how they abuse each other, and what I said when on Jason Goes Political episodes, how we have to assume the role of the defender against our victimizer, and then you straighten out everybody else who wants to vary from that. That's the first battle. It's not these outsiders. It's keeping everything straight in your own house. But somehow the anti-whites on the left, they know how to do it real well, don't they? Nobody over here listening, though, to the hierarchy of the rest, the Cicero of the white sympathetic sphere. Your one and only no white guilt, Jason Kuna. But I wanted to share with this is really relevant, and I'm going to enlist you to help come up with a concept for what this is that I'm about to discuss, because it's difficult for a lot of people to understand. I've realized over the years, as I try to talk about this, many people, they're like, I still don't know. I don't understand. You don't understand. I know. Eat your veggies, because you are one. So this woman in our community was expressing her chagrin at this rage that so many of the guys that she talks to online, that they express, just this rage for the other. And so I wanted to respond, and I did for this. This is some sort of like false communalism, which is what it is. But let's see. I say, yes, you are seeing one of our great weaknesses clearly. The immense challenge is that these people, these selfish individuals who are having all the rage for blacks or Jews or whatever it is, these people have rage for what's been done to them personally rather than our people as individual members of our collective. They'll speak of what's happened to our people, but they speak of it in relation to how it affects them. For example, the degradation of the culture harms them in these ways: safety, self-confidence, robbed of dignity, etc. On the surface, it seems similar or even identical to a healthy mindset, but it isn't. It is the actions of and concern for self. Evidence of this is seen in the lack of self-sacrifice. They hate the loss of safety, for example, but it is safer for them individually to complain in private and anonymously than to actively bring others to a concern for our people. That would expose them as heretical to anti-whiteism, which can have personal consequences that are greater than their sense of a general loss of safety. So you see how the people in this community are going to be bright enough to be able to understand. They're going to be bright enough to be able to see the difference. The subtlety, it's like being at a rifle range and your target is 300 yards away. The variation on your barrel needs to be almost imperceptibly small for the round to not only not hit bullseye, but to be 15 feet off or more. So the importance of having your aim true, focused on the right thing, is everything. And even though between these two possibilities, that barrel moves almost imperceptibly, the difference in effect in the world is mountainous. It is Herculean. It is elephantine. So it's like this. The white girl gets raped at the mall, and the selfish individualist mentions the white girl getting raped at the mall and is furious that, let's say, blacks were responsible for it, is furious that the mall has become so dangerous because of these blacks, and never mentions the girl's name again. Instead, is focused on their inability to enjoy a safe mall, their personal inability to enjoy a safe mall. Their personal inability to enjoy a safe mall is whatever it is on the Richter scale for them. But it's always less than publicly and with friends and family and co-workers and etc., with your name and face out there, and your lodges and the Boy Scout troops, etc., to go out there on record as objecting to anti-whiteism and therefore being heretical to anti-whiteism, because that potentially will incur more heartache. What would motivate that individual to endure that heartache? If that girl was his sister, and we are understanding that relationship to be one where he really loves his sister. They're not hating each other or anything like that. If he really wants to protect our people, then the difficulties that one could have being perceived as heretical to anti-whiteism are overcome by the injury to our fucking people. Haters do nothing. I don't know how many lifetimes we have to watch go by of individuals who tell you that you gotta hate blacks, you gotta hate Jews, you gotta hate this, and hates a normal human reaction. I've seen these people go on ad nauseum about hating and how good it is. You don't do anything for hate. Nothing. You want to protect your loved ones. You want to have an extended love for the totality of our people. You want to see injuries to our people as injuries to ourselves. Then you will sacrifice. Then you will get out there and do something. So this member of our community who is seeing this in these young men, those young men, unless or until they drop this selfish, individualistic mindset and their hatred, their blind hatred, unless or until they do that, they are worse than garbage. They are useless to us. They are useless to the well-being. I don't want selfish individuals in my tribe. I don't want somebody to show up and just be white, look white, but they're actually a selfish individualist. And then when I start getting injured, they start looking for their white flighting out of the scenario. I don't want that in my tribe. And neither should you. So when you see these people, you offer them, hey, here's an opportunity. I'll tell you how you can be effective. If you want to take up a strategy that's going to work for our people, that's going to put an end to our victimization, that's going to stop the rape of the white girl at the mall, this is it. This is your opportunity. But if you want to sit around and hate online or hate in a small group of your friends standing in your garages with your beers, then fuck you. You're not in our tribe. We don't want anything to do with you. You are worse than useless. The more people you have in any group, it's like a team, it's like a group, it could be a team at school, it could be a team in sports. The more people you have that don't do anything, the more people you have in the group that are supposed to be group project that are not working together for the whole, the more likely it is that the group will fail. The more likely it is that the individuals who do contribute are going to ask, why should they keep contributing when they're being taken advantage of by the do-nothings, by those who are looking for their exit, their white flight exit? So the selfish individualist, you can spot them a mile away. The white girl will get raped, and they'll mention it, and then the rest of the time speak about whatever race had raped her, and then whatever race they think is behind putting those races there to rape her, whatever else. The entire time, they're talking about themselves. They look at, and this is really what you should take away from this, and we're going to keep rolling. They look at the diminution of the power and the grandeur of the white race. And for them, it's not like me. It's not like you. You look at that and you think of the injury to individual white people that are part of our tribe, that are part of our people. We look at the diminution of that power and that dignity and etc., that displacement in positions of authority as worrisome because threatening to white people, brothers and sisters out there that we don't know even, and we'll never know. We worry about it for them. We're thinking about them. When these hater boys, when they talk about the diminution of authority of the white race, of the displacement of whites in positions of power, what are they talking about? They're not thinking about the white people being injured. They're thinking about their fucking image. They're thinking about the image that they think they hold when they walk down a street. They can't even walk down a street with rhythm. You know, they're more like when they go down the street. They're worried about their image. And you can have conversations with them and you can tease that out in 2 seconds. In absolutely 2 seconds in a conversation. Oh, the white race doesn't look as powerful as it went. And now you are not as powerful as a consequence. Isn't that right? That's all they care about. Folks, there's something wrong with people like that. There's something deeply wrong with people like that. Psychologically, emotionally, they're not leaders. They're not participants in service to white well-being. They are sick, and they can be given an opportunity. We can be kind and give them an opportunity to participate, maybe even an opportunity or two should they come back around. But they're going to continue in their ways, move on, look for healthy people. Keep an eye here on this MC over the course of our gathering. It's not the similarities that make us the same, ladies and gentlemen. It is absolutely the differences that make us different. Let's hit some quick news. Doesn't look like it's actually going to try to give me Yes, it will.
Happy Father's Day! Happy Father's Day! Happy Father's Day! C'est bon! Yo!
These are missiles shot from Iran in retaliation, hitting Israel.
365 days a year, access to a personal doctor with no insurance claims, no surprise bills for an optional $75 a month under the president's proposed Big Beautiful Bill, according to the HHS secretary who unveiled the plan during a national interview, calling it a return to old-style healthcare with around-the-clock concierge care and zero copays. The proposal removes traditional insurance barriers and introduces expanded health savings accounts, allowing Americans to use pre-tax dollars for a wider range of health-related costs.
Interesting. Do short people also start their stories like, quote, when I was little? Or do they just say, as I am today? Hey, everybody. This is a white man landing a 737 in zero visibility. Would you like him piloting your aircraft? Or how about one of these anti-white hires? $500. $400. Look at that.
300. Approaching minimums. Minimum 200.
Look at the stick.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20. 10.
Safe landing. Amen to white people. Stabbing of Austin Metcalf caught on surveillance tape, but school district won't release it. How do you like that?
I know that people will be hurt by that vote.
Democrat assassinated today was the only one to side with Republicans on cutting health care for illegal immigrants, it writes here.
We worked very hard to try to get a budget deal that wouldn't include that provision.
She is in tears and afraid and had death threats. Now she's dead. Check out this one from Stoppa Antiwhiteism. Well, the merchant, right, is stuck in the mud counting coins while Jaceberging. We are changing the world. Ah, yeah! Brother, I will teach you everything you need to know. I told him that I want to know more about his stratagem. You invited Jason to Mar-Lago. Okay, I'm on my way. King Dice. Let's hear it for Stoppa Antiwhiteism. Here's the redneck sheriff we need in charge of the country.
And if somebody wants to know what I mean by turn violent, all right, this is what I mean. If you resist lawful orders, you're going to jail. Let me be very clear about that. If you block an intersection or a roadway in Brevard County, you are going to jail. If you flee arrest, you're going to go to jail tight because we are going to run you down and put you in jail. If you try to mob rule a car in Brevard County, gathering around it, refusing to let the driver leave, in our county, you're most likely going to get run over and dragged across the street. If you spit on us, you're going to the hospital and in jail. If you hit one of us, you're going to the hospital and jail, and most likely get bitten by one of our big, beautiful dogs that we have here.
Love it.
If you throw a brick, a firebomb, or point a gun at one of our deputies, we will be notifying your family where to collect your remains at. Because we will kill you graveyard dead.
Amen. Love that guy.
Comments were turned off on this.
A little bit of breaking news to bring you now. This coming to us from Manchester Minchell Street Crown Court. 7 men have been found guilty of using 2 teenage girls as sex slaves in Rochdale. This relates to various sexual offences against 2 teenage girls.
Look at these men. Anti-white garbage.
Who were only 13 when it began in 2001 and continued until 2000.
Okay, here's your choices. You can sit around and complain about how bad these non-white guys are, or you could start being concerned about the women being harmed and therefore thinking about them taking actions to protect them. Those are your options. Armadillos are just tactical assault possums. I see them completely differently now. Look at this. Well played, horses. Well played. Then they pulled the carriage. Now they ride in the carriage. Here's a little bit of nourishment for your soul. A little bit of clash in Philadelphia with police. Watch this guy. Let's see. Oh. There you go. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt. Thankfully, he wasn't hurt. He got up. He just walked right away. He's fine. And here is the rest of Antifa running from law enforcement. Look at this. Let's run, them days. Let's run. them theys. Oh, you gotta love it. It all makes sense now. Ladies and gentlemen, it makes sense.
Yesterday, scientists in the United States revealed that beer contains small traces of female hormones. To prove their theory, they fed 100 men 12 pints of beer and observed that 100% of them started talking nonsense and couldn't drive. Yesterday, scientists...
Let's roll.
Right beneath your feet, this whole setup's cracking to a crooked beat. They drew the lines, boxed us tight, but this frame can't hold when we push tonight. They sold us a picture, black and white and gray, but the colors are screaming, we ain't gonna stay. Rules in the corners, lies in the seams, but the rhythm keeps pounding, waking up our dreams. Break the frame, don't play their game. Step outside, it'll never be the same. Cut loose, let your spirit claim what's been hiding outside the frame. Groove rolls heavy like a freight train call. The truth gets loud, shaking the walls. They painted the sky to keep us in line, but we're cutting through to a sun that shines.
All right. Anglo-Saxon NWG, let me know that you can hear me okay. Great music there. Let's get into this war. We did have a question from somebody called Brad, I saw. We'll get to that in just a moment. We're going to be getting into the Israeli-Iranian war and some thoughts there. Trump vows Iran and Israel will make a deal. We have the massive No Kings protest sweeping the country. Many, many tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands participating. We have the Army parade, and we had the murder, the targeted assassination by a Democrat operative of Tim Walz, an appointee of Tim Walz, the neutered clown that ran as the running mate to Kamala, and they got destroyed. Good to see Brand Danger is here. We had somebody in the live chat ask a question. He said, well, according to the data, 40-some thousand rapes of white women a year are by black males. It was some FBI data, it was years ago. Let me ask you, when that was shared by Jared Taylor, what's it done? What's it done for us? Why do you keep saying it? How are you supposed to feel? Well, feel angry. Think about the white women that were victimized. Keep thinking about the white women that were victimized. Think now about the white women who might get victimized. And now start thinking about how to stop the victimization. Does that make sense? Here's the wrong way to go about things. Get the data from Jared Taylor. Think about the data. Get angry about the data. Start thinking about how much you hate blacks. Think more about how much you hate blacks. Think more about blacks raping. Think more about how much you hate blacks. Think more about how much you hate blacks. Do you see the difference? Do you see the fucking difference? The first guy has a people and will accomplish things. The second guy is a livid pussy. Holy shit. I'm sorry. I'm not saying I'm not taking it all out on you. I have, as you know, decades of dealing with guys saying, well, what am I supposed to do and think then? I am just fucking told you. Sorry. I'm sorry. Sorry about the language. Sorry, I take it back. I mean, if you had, this is like having nothing but retarded children. And you're trying to you're like, I know, I told you to look both ways when you cross the road. Look at your brother Sam. He's squished across the road like that squirrel is. Look both ways. How many times? I mean, I can't make it any easier. A, B, C. Alpha, beta, gamma. You want me to go through? Which alphabets do you want me to go through for you? What's it going to take? How are we stuck with it? And now I know that a bunch of people are not actually defective. They're just following the leadership of defective people. Remember what we were talking about just the other day. And the great Tree Godfather made a clip of it. It's at the very end of the clip. You got to watch the whole clip, but it's at the very end. Where I'm talking about this idea where you're going to share data, and that's somehow going to change people's minds. When the reality is they need to share your interpretation of reality and have a willingness to submit. Why would you think that the average person in the West, who is largely going to be determining their success or failure, ease or hardship in life, based on whether or not they're going to either villainy signal that they are adherents of anti-whiteism, or they're going to signal that they're heretics by sharing prohibited data or ugly data or false data, that it'll be deemed. So you're going to go to them and you're going to be like, hey, we just share enough data with you. Hey, did you know blacks rape? Just share the data. So the fact that they are projecting all these academics, all these so-called thinkers, all these quill pushers, these quill anal users, the fact that they don't understand that they're projecting their totality of their thinking onto their audience who does not share it. The totality of thinking, the submission to perceived truth, submission to, etc. Participation in your interpretation of reality. People aren't going to do that. God damn it. Yeah, Tree Godfather is right. Everybody's not familiar yet. So that's why, Brad, it's not, all the energy is not for you. Now you can see that I've dealt with a lot of pushback from idiots and, quite frankly, saboteurs, self-promoting saboteurs. So that's what you do. You focus on our people. You focus on our women that have been injured. Know their names. Like, you could go to a white sympathetic meeting, almost of any stripe, and they will give you the names of 500 Jews, and they will give you the names of 500 blacks. And you ask them to name white victims, and they can't name 5. Then they'll say the rank midwittery of, well, you got to know the problem. Well, how long have you been knowing the problem and doing nothing? So maybe you don't know the right problem. Could that be it? Midwit? Maybe you don't know the right problem. Fire in his belly today. AOC mentioned, and we're going to mention it later, 27,000 subscribers finally on the highly censored No White Guilt channel. fire in his belly. All right. So, true to form, we have the New York Times now refusing to open up the article, but it's okay because I've got it on the other machine. They cannot stop me. So let's read about this war. What's going on with this war, by the way? I'm sure you all want to know about Israel's strike on and Iran's retaliation. The two powers have been exchanging barrages since Israel attacked Iran and killed many of the country's top military leaders and scientists. All right, so what's going on between Israel and Iran? Huge topic because several reasons. There are several layers to it, but it's given far more attention than it should for people who are white sympathetic. They give it far too much attention because you can't do anything about it. Nothing. Zero. Been going on for a long time. So just the other day, Friday, Israel flew into Iran and hit numerous targets. But before they flew in with U.S. equipment, high-tech, probably even our stealth equipment, I wouldn't doubt at all that Israel has been given the F-117 or the Spirit. I wouldn't doubt it. Of course, it would be wildly top secret, but I wouldn't doubt it at all, which would mean that Iran wouldn't be able to see these aircraft no matter what was happening in their country. They would be completely invisible to the Iranians, their radar, etc. But before the planes, hundreds, began dropping bombs all over Iran, the Israelis launched a cyber attack, which undermined the chain of command in Iran, undermined their radar facilities, maybe all of them. Who knows? Another thing that's important to mention here, if we're going to be adults, if we're actually going to concern ourselves with ending our victimization, the white girl at the mall, we don't want another white girl at the mall to be raped. We need to appreciate that every bit of information that comes to us in the United States is filtered for the United States population. Every bit that reaches Canada is filtered for the Canadian population. Every bit that reaches Iran is filtered for the Iranian population. Every bit that reaches Russia or Thailand or Niger or go around the globe is filtered by their authorities for their population. What's the purpose of filtering it? To maintain the power of those who are in power. Maybe to increase the power of those who are in power. So there is nowhere on the internet or in the world where you're going to be able to access information about this conflict that hasn't been, to some degree, sanitized, manipulated, etc., for different audiences. I know that there are a lot of content creators on YouTube that make a lot of money off of their audiences, merchants on the right, that love to say, I have the inside information because we are looking at the news in, name a country, name some obscure Laos. And since we have their news, we know what's really going on. Hogwash. You're getting what's sanitized for that population. So, having said that, there are stories that the Israelis hit them with a cyber attack first, and immediately after the cyber attack, hit them with a quadcopter attack. I know the word drone gets thrown around a lot, but many people, when they think of drones, they think of the very large aerial vehicles, like the kind that Iran has been flying toward Israel. These were ostensibly quadcopters with explosives on them. I find it a little bit hard to believe that they assembled inside the country of Iran the large actual drone vehicles. But Israel is acting like this was some kind of a huge accomplishment. Actually, not very difficult, especially in a country like the United States, to get into the country and then to smuggle pieces in, find a remote area, assemble those pieces, and then at some point in the future, launch an attack from within the country. More than anything, unless the targeting is right, it's demoralizing and frightening to be attacked from inside of your own country. But the Israelis, according to them, according to Iran and others, that attack was more successful than just demoralizing the Iranians, because Mossad, the Secret Service, equivalent of CIA in Israel, has compromised and has many assets, many assets running around in Iran. A great many. I mean, they continue. It's just like every 10 months or so, they carry out something else in Iran that wouldn't be possible without the use of many assets, many traitors inside of Iran. Who are these people? Maybe homosexuals. Maybe, I don't know what they have in the form of lodges. I don't know about the different factions between the different flavors of Islam, even within Iran. People who want to or aspiring to being in charge. There are probably some divisions there as well that they could exploit. Obviously, the Iranians are not doing a good enough job at finding and punishing the people who they catch, who are in the employ or cahoots with Mossad. They're not doing a very good job. They should. There is a horrific video that is ostensibly real, carried out, videotaped, and the crime committed by monsters in the employ of Central American drug lords. And these are the people that are being imported, tied directly to the No Kings protests across the country, paid for by, you're going to like it when we get some more of the funding coming in and where it's coming from, paid for by hardcore anti-whites. And they took this guy who had betrayed some drug lord, and they gave him an IV. They pumped him full of adrenaline to keep him alive as they skinned him. And then slowly, after cutting off all his skin off his body, they kept showing him in the mirror what he looked like, and then cut off pieces of his body, and they would keep the bleeding to a minimum and kept him alive for a very long time to put him through the most animalistic, monstrous, inconceivably inhuman butchery. And I would imagine if Iran really wanted to slow down Mossad's success, they would do something like this. Maybe videotape it like this was videotaped. Maybe then show it to everybody who's going to be working in the service of the government, Secret Service, military, etc. I don't know. But they're getting their asses kicked by Mossad. With the help of these assets, they were able to identify where the leaders of the military and a number of the scientists working on the nuclear program would be at a given moment. And they hit all of them, killed them all in one fell swoop. Then the planes flew in and began dropping the bombs. And they dropped the bombs all over the place. And it got me thinking, Israel has done this before. At least 5 times. That's public. And probably more. Maybe as many as 10 times. Israel has flown into Iranian airspace and drop bombs over the years, at least 5 times for sure. Check it out for yourself. It's always been a hit and they're done. A hit and they get out of Dodge. What's the Tehran? And they're done. But this time it's different. Why is it different? Probably for a couple reasons. As far back as 94-ish, Israel began complaining that Iran has months before, I think back then they gave it a little bit more time, maybe a couple years or a few years, before they have a nuclear weapon. So that's been going on forever. That's not new news. This story about they're about to have a nuke, we've got to do something. And probably Iran is working on a nuke. This is stupid to conclude that they wouldn't be. Of course, it's the ultimate deterrent to have nuclear weapons. So of course they're working on a nuke. But all along, I think that it was probably a little bit of the nuke concern that Israel has, and also, and then that impeding their hegemony in the region, but also the anti-Jew leadership in Iran that funds these different entities around Israel and vexes them incessantly. And they probably, in these strikes, are not only attacking the nuclear assets, the different things that they need to be able to produce a nuclear weapon and to be able to fire them successfully to Israel, but also to turn over the leadership, and in so doing, hope that they get leadership that is a less pugnacious, more amenable to being dominated by Israel. And it doesn't look like it's worked. It does stall Iran numerous times. They get set back for years, and then very slowly, and maybe it's also, I would imagine too, an opportunity when they turn over the leadership to an opportunity for Mossad to get more of their people in. So since color revolution isn't necessarily possible in Iran, another way, more of a targeted revolution, color revolution, if you will. But this time, it's bombing everywhere. They're bombing all over the place. And I think part of the reason for that is that there isn't a way to set Iran back for a number of years now. And part of the reason for that is that Iran has buried so deeply much of their research facility and storage facilities. And there are some names of these facilities that float around the internet and on the news. Really is irrelevant, because I surmise that there are other locations that are not talked about in the news. Maybe those are the locations that are the ones that are the most interesting, that are the ones that are the most threatening to Israel, and then therefore the United States, because of the power of AIPAC and Miriam Adelson and Ike Perlmutter and so many others that we've named here that are Israel firsters and invest heavily in American politics. As a consequence, they're bombing randomly. They're trying to undermine some of these military assets, missiles, ballistic missiles, especially that Iran will fire and have been firing at Israel, so that they can continue probing for where these locations might be, so that they could continue creating a chaotic scenario where maybe the United States gets involved. Maybe they get the United States. I don't believe this. I think some people are talking about how Israel doesn't have a Moab. I think the United States probably has given them several. These conventional bombs that could potentially reach these targets underground. but maybe not. Maybe they're so deep and under such earth that there's no way of reaching them. That's what I would be doing if I were Iran. All of these years, I would have realized after Egypt had defeated Israel and many, many decades ago, and the United States, as the story goes, picked up the phone and told Egypt, if you go in and finish them off, we'll nuke you. That's the story. If I were Iran and I learned that, I saw the influence that Israel wields over the United States, I would begin working in a very different type of defense. But maybe as a white man, I'm just much more intelligent than they are. Or maybe it's harder to wield their religious leaders. Maybe, who knows what it is. But I think that they've given far too much time to endeavors and far too much money and resources to endeavors that really are obviated by the existence of the United States. So, having said that, Israel is probably going to keep on bombing. They're going to keep searching. They're going to keep trying to kill the people, as many of them as are involved, keep trying to turn over the leadership in the hopes that maybe people who are already compromised by Mossad will finally come to leadership, will finally get close to the Ayatollah and could kill him and replace him, will maybe find where the really important goodies are for Iran, will maybe create a chaotic scenario that can somehow bring the United States in. More importantly, and what we really need to keep our eyes on, is the false flag. Or if you're Jeremy Ugly Accent Hambley, the false flag. The false flag, I think, is pretty likely. Not 100% obviously, but this is the time that it would be perfect for Israel to hit an American base somewhere over in the region, and then it look like it is Iran, claim it as Iran, and then America can go in and drop the atomic bomb. Why isn't this happen, or drop the Moab bomb to destroy their atomic weaponry? Why is this happening this way at all? Because Donald Trump doesn't want war. You remember very popular content creators told their audiences that he opposed Donald Trump's presidency because he was going to be the easily wielded tool by Israel. And he would go right into war for Israel. It would be and he told the audience again and again and again, can disavow it all he wants, but that's what it was. Donald Trump, as we said here, doesn't want war. And I think what we're seeing with Donald Trump is the acknowledgement that he can't convince Israel to not go to war in Iran. So he's got no power to do that. He's under supreme pressure by the Ike Perlmutters and Adelsons and etc. over here and so many others. And he's trying to walk a line between the two, saying, I'll get a deal. He sees Israel hitting Iran. He tells Iran, hey, they've got all of our weapons. You're not going to be able to win this. Also, America is not going to let Israel get obliterated. So you can't win, Iran. Make a deal. Make a deal with us. We will get rid of your nuclear material. We will get rid of the facilities, and the attacks will stop. The war will be over. Other than that, Trump has no power over this. I know that Netanyahu, the psycho, has come out and said Trump knew the whole time and he was part of the ruse. That's Bravo Sierra. Somebody at the White House saying that they knew well in advance or something. Might be true, but probably true to some degree. But it would behoove the administration to not be in the dark per or relative to the population in the United States. Because if things are happening that the administration is in the dark about, then the media, the Democrats can all claim numerous things: ineptitude, broken relationships, don't vote for these Republicans because we're being excluded from the world, on and on. So even if Trump was only told, America only told an hour before, 5 minutes before, it would behoove them to say that they knew for longer, but not behoove them to go as far as Netanyahu has gone to say they knew all along and part of the ruse. Because Trump is trying to get a deal without war. Iran fired their missiles back. There are several missile defense systems in Israel, one of them created by the Israelis with American tech, the rest of them given to Israel by the United States, as I understand it. Israel and the United States shooting down actual drones and missiles coming in. Some of them have gotten through. Some continue to get through. Iran ostensibly said that if you stop the bombing, we'll stop shooting the missiles. Israel's not going to do that, I don't think. Not anytime soon. Not unless something significantly changes. They begin running out of their stockpiles of the type of anti-missile batteries that they use for the ballistic missiles, or those systems begin to break down from the frequency of use. Maybe then, because more missiles would get through. I don't know. Maybe they will count on America to shoot down all the missiles, and there'll be supreme pressure for America to shoot down these missiles. But there's a lot of conversation about getting involved offensively or defensively, and what is involved. America is involved in the war because it is aiding Israel defensively. We don't know if America is providing any data to Israel for the bombing runs or anything. Well, everybody can clearly see is that America is defending Israel. By defending Israel, that enables Israel to do things that Israel otherwise would not be able to do, like carry out these attacks. Israel would not be able to do this for any length of time if there wasn't assistance from the United States to shoot down incoming missiles and an assurance that the United States would go to war on behalf of Israel if it were properly invaded. So the U.S. is involved. Why is it involved? Because this group of people has a percentage of their population that works for individual well-being by way of group well-being. That is the definition of peoplehood. That is the behavior that we have to emulate, because that behavior is power. You can lament it, and so many do. They sit around all day lamenting that they're able to do this or they're able to do that, and they get their way with this. And ultimately, these people are no more than a shadow that follows this group around. They follow them around and they badmouth them. And like a shadow, they have no substance. They can't do anything back other than badmouth them, and it's mostly in private. It's mostly in secret. So it does no good. If we as the white race want to control our destiny in our countries, if we want to control our destiny relative to the conflict between Israel and Iran and Israel and all of its other neighbors, we have to become a people. And we teach you the tools for that. That's what we do here in service to white well-being. A people is individual well-being by way of group well-being. That requires supreme focus on ourselves and our injuries, and then coming to the defense, just like some Jews behave. Look at Bill Ackman, the billionaire, one of many Jews who didn't go to Columbia, who doesn't know any Jews at Columbia University, and yet went after Columbia University with his wealth, with his influence, with his fortune, because a couple of Jews there got badmouthed, because a couple of Jews there got slandered, because a couple of Jews there were a little bit intimidated by people who are pro-Palestinian. That's how we have to behave. We have to engender that mindset in our people. Only then can we influence scenarios like this. You can talk about it all day long. You can read off the litany of crimes, the doom dissecting that you believe that all Jews are responsible for throughout all of history, and it's not going to change a damn thing. It's not going to accomplish anything, as it never has. And locking arms in this multiracial anti-Jew spurgery doesn't make you any more powerful. In fact, there was a painter that once said in the past that 10 cripples locking arms isn't the equivalent of one powerful white man. So you can go out there and lock arms with all of the cripples who want to complain all day long, irrespective of their races. You all share in common that you're going to Jew spurg all day long, and you're no more powerful than you were the day before. We need to be focusing on us. So now we look on and we watch our power being used by others. We watch our wealth being used by others. We watch our women being used and abused by others. We watch our young men abused by others and led into depression and suicide, the ultimate white flight. And we're in this state of indignity, because we refuse to be a people, because we are focused on the selfish individualism. We are focused on the other groups of people. That's why we are where we are today. What Israel is doing is, and more importantly, whatever percentage it is of the totality of Jewish people, results in power. And it is noble. And it is something that we can do better than they do. And I submit it would take even a smaller percentage of our race to achieve greater outcomes. Just look, for example, that you have Israel and Jews. I mean, all the way back, think of Nixon talking about Jews in America, defending them, and how it's logical that they would conclude that Israel and America are the same thing. Talk about sophistry. For the benefit of Israel. All the way back then. Methodically over the years, roping the United States again and other Western countries into its conflicts, doing its warfare, supporting it when it wasn't outright committing the acts themselves, all the way up to the present, where you had them destroy Hamas and continuing to mop up the Palestinians like dominoes, turn north and take out Hezbollah. And you remember all of the Jew spurgs out there when they talked about Israel going after Hamas. I mean, these people will have like 40,000 show up to watch them live, getting it wrong all the time. And we get it right here. They said, oh no, they're going to go into Palestine. Hamas can fight. And so they're going to have a hard time fighting Hamas. And then Hezbollah is going to come in from the north. And then Iran is going to shoot missiles. And then the Yemenis are going to be shooting. The Houthis from Yemen they're going to be shooting up from the south. And then it's Lebanon itself proper is going to get, and then World War III, and Israel will be destroyed. And what do we say here? Israel will mow right through Hamas. They're a gang of terrorists. They'll mow right through it. Israel has a first world military. Went right through. Then they were all of the Jewsburgs were saying, oh, Hezbollah is a totally different animal. They're a real army. Largest of its type on planet Earth. They'll just march right down. And we said what? They'll go right through them. They would mow right through them, and that's exactly what they did. Obliterated them. Israel has a first world military. This is a third world guerrilla military in Hezbollah with terrorists. And I know the Jewsburgs, the anti-Jewsburgs, get all emotional about that because their life is centered on Jews. And so anybody that is a victim of Israel or a victim of Jews or whatever it is, they immediately identify and side with. The center of my world is the white race, the biospirit of the West. That's the center of my world. So I can look at these things clearly and get it right every time without stringing people along for their donations and the popularity. Just give you the truth. So they obliterated them. Then they chopped off, like they did before, exactly like I said they would, southern Lebanon. Then they deposed Assad in Syria with the blink of an eye, and he's gone. All the while, knocking down missiles from the Houthis and using the U.S. to come in there. Talk about geopolitics. Having the shipping lane knocked out, encouraging that, playing the United States so that the United States would go in there and attack the Houthis endlessly. Obliterated all of these people. And the allies of Iran in Iraq, and then we're able to turn toward Iran, and that's where we are today. We could behave this way too, but you're going to have to stop centering Jews. You're going to have to stop anti-Jew spurging. You're going to have to disassociate from the multiracial anti-Jew movement. You're never going to succeed. Just look at the generations of nothing produced from that. The article here. So, I guess I'll just mention from the article that it shows everything that I was talking about. It shows you all of the leaders that were assassinated and the people who replaced them. So lots of replacements, obviously. Scientists that were killed. It talks about the different locations that were hit. What does this mean for us who are white positive? Not nearly as much as it means for conservatives. Isn't it amazing that the two other paths are the cucks and the schmucks? So the anti-non-white people and then the cucks who will never admit that there's anything anti-white out there, even when it's happening right in front of their faces, because they're such cowards. So the two other groups are concerning themselves 24/7 with Israel. Isn't that fascinating? We're the only people here who are focused on whites, Western kind. So what does it mean for us? Just like every other piece of news, if this comes up, we use it as a catalyst to introduce the concepts, to introduce the arguments that put our interlocutors in our story, where we are the winners, where we are the victors, where we become a people again, and then can behave like this, working together, instead of being forced to watch the fruits of our intelligence, our labor, our industry, our tenacity, the fruits of all of that being exploited and used by others for their benefit, for their enrichment, for their sexual gratification. If you want to put an end to it, this is the only way to go. Trump vows Iran and Israel will make a deal as strike continues after IDF warned point of no return. President Trump predicted that both Iran and Israel will make a deal, even as the conflict escalated Sunday, with the Jewish state hitting Iran with airstrikes and multiple explosions outside government offices in Tehran. You know, another problem for Iran, I grew up when everybody called it Iran. Another problem for Iran is that they incessantly use hyperbole in their speeches. It's endless. And this was very common. Same with Iraq and Saddam Hussein. They could be talking about a poll tax. They could be talking about a speed limit. I'm not joking. And they will go into the streets will flow with the blood of, and you're like, what? It just seems like their culture. It's what they do. If I were over there advising them, I would say, knock it off with the endless threats against this little shit country over here that has the 100% support of the superpower, the sole superpower on planet Earth. What are you doing? We don't have the weapons to be nowhere close to be offensive. We can't even be defensive. What are you doing? Shut up. But they can't stop themselves. Now, what is the lesson? Do you see why I bothered to share that? Because I'm never going to be in Iran giving them advice. So why am I talking about it? It's for us. Why did I share that? Who could you very easily take Iran out of that equation and plug in white guy with? You can't harm Jews. You can't, I mean, obviously, if you're some kind of a psycho and you're going to go murder some innocent Jewish person, I'm not talking about that. You are not going to be able to prevent Jews from the wealth that they've accumulated. You're not going to be able to divest them of wealth or power. You're not going to be able, on and on and on. You're not going to do any of that. You've got no way to do any of that. Not only that, but you've got no way to defend yourself against them if they decide, as a group, the percentage that acts as a group, if they decide to come after you. No way to defend yourself against that power. And yet, you're going to sit around like a siren on your head and say, here I am. I will do anything I can to hurt you. And here I am. Come get me when you feel the need. The same stupidity that we watch year after year in Iran is exhibited by the white content creators and org leaders across the West. Talk endlessly about death to the Jews, like the Khomeini does. And then I know you try to move the goalposts, so many of them, they're like, oh, why am I talking about death? I just want to ask a question. Whatever. You just want to ask negative questions. All right. Keep talking like that when you have no power to do anything to them and you have no power to defend yourself against them. How much intelligence does this take? I mean, apparently it takes genius level, because here I am, and here are the other leaders in service to white well-being, and we are the only ones smart enough to be talking about this. We are creating the environment in the minds and hearts of our brothers and sisters that gives growth to, that gives the possibility of an identity for the white race. And again, I'm not talking about a song, a flag, a language. I'm talking about individual well-being by way of group well-being. That is all that can contend with all the other groups on planet Earth that do the same thing. Sitting around like Ayatollah Khamenei, or name your pro-white org leader or content creator out there, to sit around and effectively or literally saying every day, all day, every week, all year, death to the Jews, death to the Jews, is the most asinine, ignorant, low IQ, dangerous, and destructive thing that you could possibly do for yourself, but more importantly, for everyone listening to you. Iran, over the years, as a country, since they are a country and they have leaders and they can make comments, just as the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia made a comment on Israel's attacks against Iran. Iran should have, over the years, been making comments. We think this might be not such good behavior. It might not be good for the peace of the world. It might not be good for the peace of the region. Those things are true. Meanwhile, they're building strategy of forethought to the defense of their country. The country should be by now absolute, like a porcupine of lasers, to be able to shoot a blank sky, because you know you're not going to be able to see the people coming in to blow you up. So to use lasers to anything, rail guns, anything. They should have been working on that stuff forever. Instead, these idiots got out there with a white man's invention, AK-47. Brah! Death to Israel, death to the Jews, death to the Satan. Sounds just like these so-called pro-white content creators all over the internet. Trump boasted about past peace deals between warring nations and complained that despite him playing a key role in many of these deals, he doesn't get enough credit. Oh, it sounds like Trump, doesn't it? Iran and Israel should make a deal, and will make a deal, just like I got India and Pakistan to make a deal. He wrote on Truth Social. The battle between Israel and Iran continued unabated on Sunday. As Trump made his post, Iran blamed Israel for 5 car bombs that detonated near government buildings. I mean, can you believe this? If my country was this deeply infiltrated by another country, I would not be. The Israel Air Force also conducted the longest range strike of the operation. Is the stream working all right? Air Force also conducted the longest range strike of the operation, hitting an Iranian fueling tanker aircraft at the airport located 1,400 miles from Israel. The IAF is operating to establish aerial superiority over Iranian airspace, which they obviously have. This marks the longest range strike conducted since the beginning of Operation Rising Lion. Gay. Totally Claudine gay. The Israeli military touted on X. Israeli Defense Forces international spokesperson, some name like that, also seemingly poured cold water on the chances of any expeditious resolution to the simmering conflict with Iran. And why is that? I gotta also say how much I hate Netanyahu generally, I think, but him going around doing all of these interviews in print and media and video, talking about how Iran tried 2 times to assassinate Donald Trump, is somebody should tell him to shut his mouth. Neither one of those were Iran backed. He is making an appeal to a great many older white people who are dumb. They got money. They're using it for their leisure. They can put pressure on their politicians to go and support Israel. That's what it was Iran that tried to have him killed? They're too old and dumb. Not all old people are dumb, but these ones that Netanyahu is targeting are. So somebody needs to call him out on it. He keeps saying it, and it's for the obvious reason of motivating these Zio-Christian senescent blobs who are, you go every vacation spot you go to, they're everywhere. These white Zio-Christian senescent crepitant blobs. That's who he's appealing to, because he knows that they'll put pressure on the government of the U.S. to go to war for Israel. So bottom line is, Israel doesn't, not unlike the past, when Israel could hit a specific target and set back a weapons program in Iran many years, as all of it would have to be repaired. They're not able to do that anymore. So they continue to probe, and they're going to continue to probe. They're going to continue to try to degrade Iran's ability to defend itself so that they can probe more completely for the weapons and the research facilities that they want to destroy, and the lives, the people who are working in these places that they want to kill, and simultaneously turning over leadership again and again in the hopes that they'll get somebody that is amenable to Israel or is already working for the Mossad, and simultaneously creating a chaotic scenario where potentially the U.S. will come in and participate more in an offensive rather than just a defensive manner. So it's not going to be ending anytime soon. As far as I'm concerned, the only relevance for us is that if it comes up, we can talk about white well-being and turn the focus back to us. That's it. No more needs to be shared here. No more talk about the history of Israel and Jews and the history of Iran and Iranians and all of that. It's totally irrelevant. We have a problem directly in front of us. It's selfish individualism, the lack of a peoplehood that we have to attend to right now. Let's get into our next item. Massive No Kings protests sweep New York City and across U.S. on the celebration of loving these endless Army's 250th birthday. I'm going to look for anybody who might have tagged me. I imagine there might be some. And just a quick roll through. There's Spike. I've been trying to join the live chat like I've been doing for years, but for some reason my settings were changed without my knowledge and have been unable to chat for months. Wow. Well, that reminds me to tell everybody to pop it up on live chat rather than top chat on YouTube so that you can potentially not get many things censored from you that are normally censored with Top Chat. Janice says, you have an extreme fan here. Well, thank you for that, Janice. Big salutes. Great to see everybody here. Samuski, eventually everybody is going to ask the question, whose country is this anyway? If we don't end anti-whiteism, this is white man's country, period. End of story. Go free already. Amen to that, good brother. Wilhelm is here. Good to see you. Semuski says the focus on Israel is the MSM. In the MSM is an anti-white tactic to white guilt our people. Very well said, Semuski. Brent is with us. He says, I love this Jason guy. He's friggin' awesome. We love you back, Brent. Big salutes. Razor cut salutes. If you tag me in a comment, please copy and paste it, put it up there again, and I will get to your comment. We have Revolutionary Frog over here on X. Says, nice. Glad he started streaming on X. Yes, you're most welcome. I've been actually for a while now. Please share. Please share it all over X so we can get as many people in here as possible. I know. It's not what's being sold to both the cucks and the schmucks with the war going on in the Middle East. I know it. But I'm focused on white people. That's what we do here. White well-being. Oh, well, you're not going to be able to, if we keep if America keeps fighting for, you're not going to be able to. Listen, TARDISes. We don't have a people. You're not going to stop AIPAC from influencing and getting what they want. Look at how many politicians have talked about this in Congress from decades ago when they were on prime time television. From Buchanan, from freaking Buchanan on prime time television. What was that, 30 years, 25 years? Talking about AIPAC, controlling America, wielding the most powerful lobby group, should be registered as. And here is how it unfolded. It was going to be registered as. Do you all know the story? Oh boy, I've had to listen to it so many times. Do you know, Jason? We're going to dissect this for you. Let me dissect it. The head of the FBI at the time was a man by the name of thus and such. And what he wanted to do thus and such, and he spoke to the heads, and this was the precursor to AIPAC, and it was staffed by these particular Jewish guys. And then they were going to be forced to identify as a foreign agent. But then something happened behind the scenes, and here's what. Okay. Now what? Well, if you tell enough people, okay, well, what if they decide to not participate in your view of reality? What if they decide not to deign to your conclusions? What if they're more concerned with the trivialities of appearing like a heretic, saying something as disgusting as the poor Holocausted people deserve to be Holocausted again? How can the white race be this dumb? Let's go through it again. Buchanan talking about it. How many people have been on primetime traffic hand talking about it? Massey can't get on primetime television. He's talking about AIPAC handlers. Talk about it all day long. Jason doesn't want us to talk about it. Jason wants you to be effective for white well-being. So you all who want to talk about it, please don't come over here. Go talk about it with your friends. You're never getting rid of the Jews, so you'll be just talking about it for the rest of your life. Have fun. For the love of God. Where were we even? Massive No Kings protests sweep New York City. So, tens of thousands of lefty Anti-white, no kings protesters took to the streets of New York and across the country Saturday. Tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. Trying to play this down some, it looks like. God. Mordecai Vanunu. Do you know who that is? Have you been forced to sit through numerous speeches? How useful is that? And this happened a day of defiance against President Trump as the U.S. Army had its 250th anniversary military parade in Washington, D.C. There were no indications of significant violence or arrests at the Big Apple. Really? Lying. Where demonstrators, and it's true though, earlier in the day there was less or fewer disruptions and lawlessness, and then there was more later in the day, but you'll have to check it out for yourself. Demonstrations began around noon in Queens and later in Brooklyn and Manhattan, where 50,000 showed up, police sources said. Now, this is what's going to defeat you as soon as Donald Trump is done. And this is probably going to be undermining Donald Trump while he's in office moving forward. Who's financing this? Well, we talked about Christie, little Christie Walton, and how she's dumping big money and $20 billion to her name of net worth. Doesn't undermine her net worth at all. Has less than, I think, 2% interest actually in Walmart. You know who else is financing? Recently uncovered? China. Do you remember when all the multiracial anti-Juicebergs went crazy? When we started talking about, of course, communist China would fund anti-whiteism. Look at what it does to the United States. Look at what it does to Britain. Is Britain or the United States stronger with more anti-whiteism? Objectively, no. Is it weaker? Yes. In geopolitics, all countries must be endeavoring at all times to undermine all other countries. Its allies, a little bit less. Neutrals and foes, a lot. China is a foe. Every second of every day, Chinese geopolitical strategists have to concern themselves, and do concern themselves, with every conceivable way to weaken the United States, to weaken the UK, to weaken Canada. Every single day. Anti-whiteism weakens America, weakens Canada, weakens the UK and the rest. So we don't have to even have recourse to proof to know that it's happening, because it must happen. That's how intelligence works. Now, if you are short of genius, then just say, yes, sir, and do the right thing. You know, one of the things, we're talking about Robert E. Lee, his name is supposed to be returned to the base that it was taken off of. But one of the things that made Robert E. Lee, in fact, maybe the greatest thing, or at least tantamount, that made Robert E. Lee so great, was all of the men that knew they weren't his peer that said, yes, sir. The other half of what made him great was inside of him. What our biospirit was manifesting through that great man. Half of it was the biospirit manifested through Robert E. Lee. The other half were all of the guys and women who realized they weren't his equal, and so they said, yes, sir. I just came out because I see a lot of things happening in the country that are really scary. Lisa Dula, 53, who lives in Jersey City, lives in Jersey. You live in Jersey City? How long are your fingernails? If they're not 6 inches, you're not even from Jersey. The Post from Brian Park. In terms of sending military out against civilians, people getting picked up by masked, unidentified law enforcement. And so, I mean, maybe you all have seen the individual, like the guy, one of the people who were dropping off the several $100 masks and shields and everything. The guy is in which big union is he in? Teamsters. He's in the Teamsters, and he's in a pro-Hispanic, like racially Hispanic supremacy organization as well. The news is coming out. Check it out for yourself. Maybe I'm wrong. And then, of course, you have all of these white females on these different platforms who are now suddenly attracted to this guy because he's dark featured, just like Luigi Mangione. Unbelievable. They're like, he's dark. I love it. This is an enemy of their essence, the essence of these white women. So they're finding these people. This is the machinery of anti-whiteism behind the scenes, in the shadows. The gears are turning. The money is flowing from people like Christie, from these multiple entities that ultimately receive their funding from China, the Chinese Communist Party. And you watch, some defender of China will show up. They're always listening. There is a one in Mark's audience all the time, an agent of China. And if you say anything negative about China, the Chinese agent immediately starts bad-mouthing you. But he gives Mark a couple of pounds here and there, so he's allowed to stay. You start defending China here, you're gone. Gone. Banned. So, while the United States, we had here a tale of two cities, a tale of two forces, a tale of two entities yesterday, didn't we? Did you notice it? Did you keep your eyes open? Did you see what was happening? A tale of two cities. It was the best of times. It was the worst of time. And literally is not the best of times. When we boil down the juxtaposition between what's supposed to be the patriotic America through the venue and vehicle of the 250th anniversary of the Army, we juxtaposition that with the hundreds of thousands of anti-whites marching across the United States. We see the blackest and sickest defeat of the West. There is nothing good to pull out of that comparison. Across the country, yesterday, shots were fired, fists were thrown. Satanic anti-white monsters roamed the streets and made infinite declarations of warfare on Western kind and Western civilization. It's not just their votes, it's their threats, it's their energy, it's their threats to murder any in their own circles who vary from the anti-white line. And we saw the consequences, the reality of it. They're not joking. We saw people get shot in Utah, of all places. We saw people getting trampled, people getting beat up. Crazy people in Philadelphia bringing snakes to the rally. Your vote is not going to matter in the future. They're going to have the districts. They're going to have the voting power. They're going to have the congressmen and women as a consequence of the influx of these people from all around the world. They'll be voting for more of the defining line between the United States and the world to be white erased, because that is going to injure Western kind and our creation, America. My cuck friends, it's not going to matter that it's also going to injure the anti-whites. Stop scratching your vacuous heads, wondering, why would they do that to themselves too? The reason is because they are focused on victimizing white people and our creations. That's why. It's not about their economic improvement or stability, civility, investments. It's not about any of that. Stop pretending that it is. Acknowledge the reality. They're here for your blood. They're here for your tears. They're here for your homes. They're here for your lives. They're here for your history. They're here for your Supreme Court and all of your other courts. They're here for your LA, a la Karen Bass, and how many of the other state-level legislators and city legislators that were chanting, "This is ours now." They don't care that it's going to hurt them economically. Stop making the argument. Stop being a coward. Open your eyes. Stop following the Crowders. Stop following these people. If this is the direction they're going to lead you. Christy Walton, China funding, and here are these people, as I mentioned at the beginning of our gathering today. Here they are, having zero shame, as they always have, having a No King's Day, an argument made by the founding fathers with a Declaration of Independence that killed the idea of the divine right of kings. The death of the idea of the divine right of kings to rule is owed to white men. That's why it died on planet Earth. In my opinion, of course. Check it out with CNN. Everybody knows this, and yet the anti-whites, no problem. No kings. No kings, not in America, where the founding fathers said no kings with their Declaration of Independence. They will use anything, including contradictory, 100% contradictory arguments to arrive at anti-white conclusions. So while they marched and flexed massive muscles across the West, what happened in the other city, in this tale of two cities, really 1,800 cities to one? Before we get to that, though, I want to pop up on the screen. Let's see if I have it. If I don't have it, might not have it. But there is the news, the reportage on these Chinese entities that I can show to you maybe on Wednesday. The reportage on these Chinese-backed entities. And anything that's backed by Chinese entities is the Chinese government. That's the reality. Communist government, they control everything in the final analysis. But the reportage and the research is being done. And as I say, you don't even have to see it happening to know that it must happen. But while that is happening across America, financed from ne'er-do-wells of various types, and just on that point for a moment, Surely there are going to be anti-white Jews putting money behind this anti-white terror that they've initiated in LA and now sweeping the United States. Surely there will be. But there are also the anti-white Christy Waltons. There are also the anti-white communist Chinese government. There are also anti-white Hispanics, like this Hispanic supremacist organization that this guy is a member of, photo of him in like their yearbook. Same guy passing out all of the masks, multiple $100 masks to the anti-white terrorists. So if you care about white people, if you want to stop our victimization, from our perspective, in the fort of the West, what is the common thread of all of that? What's the common thread? The anti-whiteism. That's the common thread. Financiers from all backgrounds, anti-whites of all backgrounds, are financing the anti-white terror that was initiated in LA the other day. The only sensible way to proceed is to address anti-whiteism. But while this is happening, we've got in the other city, to juxtaposition it with, this flexing of muscle. It's supposed to be massive flex, 250 years. A little bit misleading in their reportage. Ultimately, primarily Fox News there, making it sound like, yes, the Army did predate the official documents of the country, but the Army did not predate the creation of the country. Just the official documents. There wouldn't have been an army to fight for anything if the idea had not already been instantiated. Now you just watch. As I heard them say this repeatedly on Fox, all I could think is of the midwits coming out saying, oh, you see, you need violence first, then you can have. Watch, mark my words. In a big way, this birthday for the Army ended up being a promotion, a commercial to get young men primarily to enlist in the armed forces, which of course is an appeal to this very honorable, very powerful element dignified in the white race, to our males, to stand up and fight for the tribe, even potentially sacrifice our own genes so that maybe they won't be passed on for the tribe. There can be nothing more beautiful than that. Quite honestly, nothing is more beautiful. A couple of times when I was watching, I will tell you this, the only good parts of this juxtaposition, the only good parts were when they had people read quotes from actual war heroes over the history of the United States Army. And I can imagine that plenty other men did as well. And I know the women looked on like, why are you crying? Why did you just cough like really hard and have tears streaming down your face? Well, because they just shared that quote, and I can't remember the general's name in World War II, for example. They shared many quotes where the general said, the Nazis have surrounded us again. Poor bastards. Women, I'm sorry, you're not going to get it. You're not going to get why in a man. There's nothing more beautiful. Our men should be celebrated as the embodiment of the heroic, angelic, not just paradigm but paragon. To always, above all things and all else, for everyone to look to and admire as the greatest human emotion and action that there could be out of a human being. That desire to immediately want to stand with one's brothers at the risk of genetic death for the tribe, that exists in us, or at least our healthy members. There's nothing like it. So when they were reading these quotes from these generals, I had tears coming out of my eyes. Locked jaw and tears coming out of my eyes. That's what a real man is. That's why I'm here doing this. That's why I strive in the light with glory in my battle with anti-whiteism. That's why I only use the tools that work. That's why we get rid of everything that fails. The rest of the parade was both a recruiting commercial and pussified. I mean, folks, there were girls everywhere. And not only were there girls everywhere in the army, but there were girly guys everywhere. There wasn't a shred. Even the Abrams tanks looked effeminate as a consequence. This could have been actually and should have been actually manly. Every step of the way. Nothing, not one element of it, feminine or soft or nice. Not one element. This is the army, for God's sake. One of the other quotes, General George Washington said to one of his commanders, can you climb this hill with unloaded muskets and then do hand-to-hand combat with the redcoats and do this in the middle of the night? Sneak up on them in the middle of the night, unloaded muskets. It's all going to be bayonet combat, hand-to-hand. And this guy, so death. And this guy simply said, General, give me the order. It is so despicable that we handle women. We handle females, let's say, not women. We handle females like they're special. No, my friends, that is special. That is special. Females thinking all about themselves all the time. All about themselves. That, my friends, is special. There is nothing like that. It is inimitable. It is priceless. And that's the masculinity that should have been on display, but is gone. White erased, even from the army. That is the tale of two cities, or the tale of 2,000 on one side and one on the other. The resistance to all of this that we watched across the United States was this effete, smiling, mildly, most of them mildly out of shape, many of them quite little people. I mean, little people. I don't care if their only job is to sit in a blackened room and press buttons. I don't care if their only job is to deliver the food to the front lines. On parade day for the military, everybody looks like they're Schwarzenegger. Everybody is as masculine. Everybody is as robust. Everybody is as stern. Everybody is as fierce. This isn't camp, bitches. This is supposed to be the United States Army. They talked about their, what are their paratroopers called that they had fly in? The Golden Knights. They reminded me more of the Power Rangers. They even had pathetic looking cannons. I mean, the whole thing was an embarrassment. They showed commercials of little girls, and I mean little, muscleless, non-white, on top of that, girls who are Army Rangers. These guys are supposed to be brutal, killing monsters. You have little girls. We see what happens all the time with the little girls in police uniforms. I just saw one last night where the guy comes walking out of his house with a hammer, and she's like 20 yards away, and she's like, "Could you put that down? Would you put that down?" And then she radios for backup. He starts running. She's taking out her firearm and screaming at the top of her lungs, and gets off like 10 shots. They all must have missed. Days before that, another one where the criminal, and this guy was emaciated, another emaciated criminal just takes the gun right away from her. And then she's begging, "Don't shoot me," and screaming. That can't be our Army Rangers. No one's coming to help them. We saw them marching. These groups of summer camp marchers, where you'd have like one tall guy on the end, all gangly, and then it would slope down to like a 5-foot tall woman. This is pathetic. So what do we actually have in this Tale of Two Cities? They're identical. Both are anti-white. One just clads itself in flags and makes a pretense to the founding of America and the old masculinity, the masculinity of the white race. The other hates it all. They're both anti-white. The 2,000 cities marching with inverted American flags and El Salvadorian and Mexican flags and Venezuelan flags and so many others. Anti-whiteism on display there. And then the United States military, anti-whiteism on display there. Apparently, Trump said that he wanted, after witnessing a military parade or several abroad, he wanted to have a really badass military parade in the States. Well, this was nowhere close to that. I can't even believe how pathetic it was. But it gets worse, because they followed the United States Army from its beginning to its present. And when they got to the period when the southern states seceded from the United States and formed a new country called the Confederate States of America, and then the United States invaded that country, my opinion, do the reading for yourself. When they got to that point, they had what they referred to as the Union reenactors, the United States soldier reenactors. They marched, and about 40% of them were black. At least that's the way it looked to me. And I tweeted about it. I wrote, the screen was small, but it looked to me like the Union reenactors were at least 40% non-white. Mark my words. As we in our history continue to be white erased, the history of the Civil War will reflect blacks largely liberating themselves from the evil of the white Southerner. I made this prediction decades back in these history preservation groups, in pro-Southern groups. I told them all, They're going to rewrite everything. And over the years, we've watched the role played by blacks in the liberating of black slaves. And this is, of course, per the story in the Civil War, which it was actually not. It was a war for Southern independence, has grown. That role of black people in the liberating of black slaves has grown by the year. And this was a great example of it. It's not all these white guys who were at war with all of these white guys. As I shouted at one of my teachers back in junior high school, I was already in disagreement about the war being over slavery. And one of the biggest reasons that I could see was that the first battlefield, a large chunk of it was owned by a free black family in Virginia. But I ended up saying to her, okay, if this war was actually about slavery, then hundreds of thousands of white men died to free blacks. So shouldn't we be celebrating these white men for doing that instead of condemning white men? But of course we shouldn't, because we're inside the anti-white narrative. So the black race was liberated from the evil of slavery, which was conducted and carried out by evil white people. The liberators don't matter since they're white, but over time, they're becoming blacker by the day. And now the liberators are mattering more and more. Really not much more to say. If we don't recapture our destiny, the war for Southern independence will end up being the black race rose up and defeated the white race and broke the shackles of slavery. That'll be what the children are taught. And it won't matter what your history book says. It won't matter if you think it's illogical. None of that'll matter. There'll be white people in the United States will have played a small role in assisting blacks to liberate themselves. That'll end up being the history. And cucks out there will be dealing with anti-whites on the left, making that argument. And the cucks will be trying to deal with it by saying, no, I think there was a president called Lincoln, and he was talking about, and they'll be saying, shut up, Nazi. Shut up, Nazi. Shut up, racist. And then they'll say, the guys will say, I'm not racist. My wife has non-white boyfriends, even while we're married. Maybe the only thing that was good about the parade yesterday was, I got to tell you, I was so sick of the whole thing. All of these females in these coveted roles, these coveted positions. Why would a white male looking at the Rangers think, yeah, I want to go be a Ranger? Why would a white male think, I want to go be a Green Beret? Look at the 5'5" little girl. I want to be just like her. No, our men are not genetically equipped to follow women. We're not genetically equipped to submit to the authority and follow and love as an authority figure women. We're genetically equipped to breed them. That's what we're genetically equipped to do. So when I see a female in these roles, I think I want nothing to do with it. Could you imagine being in a role like this? Like you're a badass. You're going to go join the 82nd Airborne. You're going to go join the cavalry. You're going to go join, you want to get in the Green Berets. And then you get to see this little girl. Nah, probably the only good thing was that, what's his name? Greenwald? The guy who sings Proud to be American. That was, his voice is still good. I mean, he was just singing. It was raw microphone, it sounded like to me. So I don't know. How old is that guy? He still sounded good. Let's jump into the assassination. Because this is what people do when they're serious. Actually, let's do it. Well, I don't have anything to. Let's see, though. Let's do it this way. Former appointee of Tim Walz sought and politically motivated assassination of lawmaker and husband in creepy mask.
Was someone who served the people of Minnesota with grace, compassion, humor, and a sense of service.
He's talking about the Minnesota lawmaker that was murdered for her vote. I mean, in my opinion, her vote to take illegal aliens off of the free healthcare rolls. So, in other words, to get this budget deal, this woman had argued endlessly to leave illegal aliens the privilege of free healthcare. She was the only Democrat that sided with the Republicans so that they could end up getting a budget. And they had to get rid of free healthcare for, imagine this, in our country. That's how sick this is. That's how close we are to the end. Free healthcare for the world. She got death threats. It was public that she got death threats. From whom? Not Republicans, not patriots, not nationalists, no, from anti-whites. And people are making like a dude. They're like, but wait, Jason, this guy also doesn't like abortion. Doesn't that make him a right-winger if he's against abortion? No. Fatso. There are many anti-whites who view abortion mills as a war on the black race. They claim that it is a Nazi endeavor to exterminate blacks. So if on this guy's hit list there were abortion facilities, it's for that reason. When they arrested this guy, and we'll see in the story here, when they arrested that guy, he had the No Kings flyers to distribute. He obviously had planned to distribute No Kings flyers for this anti-white event, coast to coast, hundreds of thousands of people. And he was going to kill the Democrats who got in the way of anti-whiteism. Do you really think your handicap of not being able to see race and you'll just beat them at the ballot box is going to be able to compete after the anomaly Donald Trump is gone? Do you really think you're going to be able to compete with people who are willing to kill legislators, with people who are willing to break every law, with people who are willing to take positions that they hate from people that they hate, like the founding fathers, and use those positions to arrive at anti-white outcomes? Do you really think you're going to beat them at the ballot box?
She was a formidable public servant.
This POS immediately tweeted that the murderer was a follower of Donald Trump. Then when it was revealed that he's not, he deleted the tweet. He's too old. He doesn't realize, like a lot of older people, that it's there forever, dum-dum. But he deleted it. Then he comes out and he wants to act like, oh, it's just like this general thing and she was such a good person. He appointed this individual, the murderer. He worked with. This is one of Tim Walz's appointments.
fixture and a giant in Minnesota. She woke up every day determined to make this state a better place. She is irreplaceable, and we've been missed by so many.
All right, let's get into the story. A crazed murderer with a political grudge allegedly donned a police uniform and a creepy Halloween mask as he shot one Minnesota state lawmaker to death and wounded another in a slaying that shocked the nation on Saturday. He first went to another home with another legislator, and was it the guy or the woman and their spouse? He shot them repeatedly and fled. They have not died yet, though. He then went to this woman's home and murdered them. Folks, if a police officer ever shows up at your house by themselves, do not answer the door. This should be obvious. If you must, call 911, say there's somebody at the door who's claiming to be a police officer in a uniform with a car. Is this a police officer? Or can you send a unit out here to see what this is? Do not answer the door. And remember the perennial advice when it comes to any law enforcement with questions relative to your advocacy for white well-being. What I am suggesting you do is you put a legitimate smile on your face. Put an honest smile on your face and say, I will happily speak with you through my attorney. May I have a card? And then they'll say, we just have a couple of questions. I understand, and I will happily answer them through my attorney. May I have a card? This will only take a minute. I'm sure it will, and I happily want to answer those questions through my attorney. May I have a card? Just keep saying that until you get the information from them. They're never on your side. Even if they sympathize, they are the state, and the state is operated by anti-whites. All of our countries. Never forget it. Anything you say will be used to harm you. So make sure you're saying that and you're honestly conveying maybe that cop is actually a good person. So you're honestly conveying, yes, I understand. I'll happily answer those questions through my attorney. That way, when they go back to the station, when they talk to a judge, if it ever reaches a judge and a jury or a grand jury, they say, well, here's the footage, or here's the way the person responded to me. They won't be able to say that you're crazy. There was somebody else. There was a female in the white sympathetic sphere that did not heed my advice in her interaction with law enforcement. She fled the country because she had to. She felt she had to. She wasn't doing anything criminal, as far as I know. Saying anything wrong, as far as I know. But she decided to have a talk with him to make her case. They happened to have not only the FBI agent that was there, but a state trooper and a psychologist from the FBI. So just don't. He then moved on to former Democrat House Speaker Melissa Hortman's house, where he's believed to have slaughtered her and her husband. So there is the anti-white animal monster, Vance Boelter. Jarring images shared by the FBI include a photo that allegedly showed Boelter wearing it says creepy. It looks like one of those latex masks that look very human, that look real. As real as it could look from their camera on their porch. And that's another thing. It would have to be pure emotion that would open the door at 2 a.m. for a cop that looks kind of weird. Have to be pure emotion. Halloween style latex mask. wrinkly man during the targeted shootings. The killer is still on the loose, despite exchanging gunfire with officers who responded to Hortman's home and briefly cornered him inside. He left behind a manifesto listing the names of 70 politicians and a stack of papers stating no kings in reference to the nationwide anti-Trump protests. So this guy had reached the end of his sanity and the natural consequence of anti-white ideology. Traitors have to be killed. That was his mentality. Traitors have to be killed. That's the mentality on the left, on the Democrat side. Widespread. And it's not in just the heroin dens of anti-whites, like the ones we saw fleeing from the streets in Philadelphia. This guy had money. This guy had a big, beautiful house, nice cars. He owned a security company. Presumably, the police car, was from the security company, and he, I'm sure, illegally in Minnesota as well, to use red and blue, put red and blue lights on the top of it. And those were on when he pulled up. The apparent hit list included abortion providers, Planned Parenthood, sources told the Post. And then they say here, because they're ignorant, both the Democrats he targeted were pro-choice. Police are weighing whether Boelter had held extreme anti-abortion views. So you can kind of see here from the side, with as crappy as the camera was, that it just doesn't look right. I wouldn't go so far as to say creepy. I mean, now after the fact, he's murdered people. Yes, that's like nightmarish. But at this point, it just doesn't look right. Also, I mean, you're not going to end up in this situation. But for the love of God, I bet you they went to the door and hollered through it. I wouldn't do that either. Hortman was staunchly pro-choice. Okay, who cares? And then here's the suspect off of surveillance footage obtained by the Post, shows a man in blue shirt and a cowboy hat walking as police are looking for this guy. Officials were mum on the motives, though it can be, everybody can see the motives, if you're going to be honest. Though it came just 5 days after Hortman sided with Republican leaders to cut access to free health care for non-citizens. All right, there is the woman and her husband. And look at look at the big picture of Obama. You got to be mental. I mean, you got to be. That's hideous looking. Not only is he an anti-white pig, but it's just, he's ugly. That's ugly. Why wouldn't you want something gloriously European, Western? Unbelievable. My mother had pictures, like painting type pictures, of George and Martha Washington in the house. Look at this family. Well, they gave a little bit too much trust to their fellow anti-whites, and the anti-whites, if you aren't anti-white enough, they will eat their own, which they are wont to do all the time. But there's an update. Vance's wife has been pulled over, and they're not saying, I think, whether or not she's been arrested properly, but she was pulled over with several other family members, wads of cash, and Vance's passport. Jenny Boelter was found in a car with several relatives near Onamia, Minnesota. And there she is, another anti-white. The wife of Minnesota shooter Vance Boelter has reportedly been detained and is being questioned after police found a weapon ammunition, sorry, I forgot those, cash and passports in her car during a traffic stop on Saturday morning. According to local KTSP, Jenny Boelter was found in her car with several relatives near Onomia, Minnesota. The report stated that 2 cop cruisers were at the scene for 2 or 3 hours. So, does this look like it was just some crazy man who just suddenly snapped and there was just no thinking, no planning? Or does this look like anti-whites who are getting fed up with the treason from their ranks, fed up with the anomaly Trump, and deciding to take action and then to escape the just punishment? It's unclear if the Boelters lived with each other, as Vance is believed to live at a residence in Camden. That residence was raided by SWAT, which I think now that the police are becoming so female, they're going to rename it TWAT. TWAT teams on Saturday afternoon. Meanwhile, Vance is on the loose and is being, and one of those TWAT members was violently mauled by the teacup poodle who lived in the house, being sought in connection to several shootings, including that of Senator John Hoffman and his wife in the Chaplin home earlier Saturday, June 14, leaving them seriously injured. He then went to former Democrat House Speaker, and of course you know the rest, poor Melissa, who is Jenny, another anti-white. Vance and Jenny appear to head Praetorian Guard Security Services, a Minnesota-based company here to set up security options and provide security services right to your doorstep and property to keep what you own safe and secure. Wow. Jenny brings years of organizational operations and logistical oversight. This is an actual security company that received, I understand, quite a lot of funds from the federal government. What a surprise there. And those funds being doged as well. So you can see the motives here, and you can see how feckless it is and how silly it is to imagine that you're going to compete against these people, anti-whites, and the ideology of anti-whiteism by complaining about non-white people, or like a cuck, acting like this has nothing to do with race. We are the only option to move forward. That's the argument I make, because we achieve victories. We only retain what works. We get rid of everything that doesn't work. When you have the moral high ground in a society, you can mount every kind of defense. Everything becomes available to you. Sacrifices are made in the name of love, kind of like, maybe even like you see out of this couple and the other relatives. Everything becomes possible without controlling the moral high ground, which the anti-whites hold today as a consequence of the anti-white immoral imperative, defeating Christianity, defeating all the rest of our Western sensibilities, norms, and mores, without circumventing, overcoming that moral imperative with the white positive moral imperative that we do here. Nothing is possible. And that's how we arrived at where we are today, with recalcitrant members of the Democrat Party being assassinated for collaboration, in my opinion, with a tale of two cities where you have hundreds of thousands marching at 2,000 cities, all projecting anti-whiteism and anti-white strength and violence relative to a limp showing of patriotism, hardly patriotism anymore if it's not masculine. You arrive at that comparison. You arrive at the kind of statements that we see from Donald Trump, a country that is destabilized and a West that is destabilized as we look on to our resources used by other groups of human beings, our intelligence used by groups of other human beings, our women used by groups of other human beings, our people and countries exploited by others who would wage war on their foes in other hemispheres that don't matter to us whatsoever. That's how we got here, because of the cucks and the schmucks. It's time to make a change, folks, or there won't be an opportunity to make a change. And with that, we'll be back in a moment to celebrate some of those receipts of victories, and there are some colossal victories, the lesson of the day, your comments, and much more. It is time. Let me know that you can hear me okay. It is time to celebrate our swashbucklers. Let's get out the word. Give me some indication that you can hear me all right. Let me see here. We want to celebrate the great Franklinator. Up front, ladies and gentlemen, a glorious work that this gentleman does in service to white well-being, bringing us many, many of our victories. In fact, he brought so many victories, I didn't get them all in. We'll have to save some of them for next week. Give it up for the great Franklinator. Big salutes, raucous emojis. Thank you, West. Sound is good. Thank you so much. The great ForNull is in the house. Yes, indeed. And that was the great ForNull's piece of music there. We were just playing ForNull, and who else was in on that? And he will share. Thank you so much, good brother. Big salutes for that piece of music. Let's keep it going in celebration for Franklin, Ivan, the Slots, and Hoyt McCoy. I think that's everybody who attended. Did anybody else? Did I miss anybody else who attended? Big O7s and ruggers emojis. We're over there at the Donald Trump Jr. streams this past week, swashing with our concepts and arguments, and that is how our concepts and arguments ended up in the mouth of the one and only Donald Trump, ladies and gentlemen. So let's give it up. Number one son to Donald Trump. He's the guy to talk to. Let's keep it going. Ruggers emojis for the great biospirit of the West, who collected a great many victories as well. God bless you, brother, because, you know, celebrating the swashbuckling heroes is one of the most important things we can do. So everyone who is celebrating gets my personal gratitude and salute. Thank you so very much. Big celebration for Biospirit of the West, the OT leader. Let's also celebrate the great Australian GFC again this week. I attended their GFC meeting just the other day, and they are working on these guys are unstoppable. They are focused. The white well-being going on in Australia is amazing. Putting together a video explaining anti-whiteism, and it is so epic. And I got to see previews and got to even give some suggestions. Let's give it up for the Australian GFC, folks, focused on results for our brothers and sisters. Let's go ahead and get on the screen for you all to see the gloriousness of our victories. There you have, we show this first because I want to keep reiterating that from thus spoke Zarathustra, the truth is beheld, and those who were seen dancing, us, were thought to be insane by the cucks and the schmucks who could not hear the music. God bless you, Friedrich Nietzsche. Let's get into this. Here we have one of Western kind. 5,000 people saw this comment over on James Kirkpatrick. He wrote, unless it's to force white erasure on white communities, then it's okay. Anti-whites. Precisely. Beautifully written. Hundreds of likes of James Kirkpatrick's audience. Give it up for one of Western kind. Here we have him again. One of Western kind. Connor. He is under. Who is this? Politics Joe. He has 11, almost 1,200 people saw this comment. And remember, all of the comments from our swashbucklers, they are spreading the tools that liberate the white race. And that's why it's important for them to get out there and get these concepts in front of people. He writes, people who support white erasure of Western countries unquestioningly and vilify local opposition to it aren't liberals. They're not progressives. They're anti-white. Hundreds of likes to this comment. He finishes up with racist, properly put in quotes. He says, is an anti-white slur. Let's hear it for Connor, one of Western kind, ladies and gentlemen. Ruggers emojis. We're going to be getting to this in a bit. You're going to love it. We're going to get to this in a bit. You're going to love it too. Anglo-Saxon NWG has an absolute tranche of victories under I am yes, you are no. 2,300 people seeing this one. We're not going to be able to read them all. Save the screen, come back and read it so that you can be empowered with the genius that he shares. Keep it going for Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here he is again, just working on 1,000 on this one. Anti-white oligarchs relentlessly push a narrative that guilts Western societies into accepting unlimited non-white immigration. disregarding the profound need for whites to maintain homelands with biospiritual harmony, or where biospiritual harmony can flourish among our people. This calculated agenda, which demands we surrender our cultural and ancestral birthright, is not merely misguided, but fundamentally evil, as it seeks to erase the very foundations of our identity and cohesion under the guise of moral obligation. Ladies and gentlemen, this swashbuckling general knocks it out of the park again and again with his brilliant swashes. Make sure that you go back when we're done here today, grab the screen capture, pause it, whatever it takes to read these, and then recite them yourselves on other people's platforms. He keeps it going all under I Am Yes You Are No. 2,000 more views here. People liking, giving retweets. Get a shot of this, ladies and gentlemen. Again, 5,000 more people. He is knocking it out of the park again. Nothing but 07s for this champion. We would read every single one of these and take every single one apart if we had the time, because they're so smartly written. Here we have 3,300 individuals that saw this with a brilliant Anglo-Saxon and WG sharing a brilliant meme here. Diversity is an anti-white concept, and he puts it in quotes, brilliantly done, designed to camouflage the deliberate erasure of whites and Western civilization. Anti-whites employ terms that frame their agenda as a moral imperative, obscuring the systematic marginalization of white identity and heritage. As no white guild NWG has preached for decades, embracing their terminology traps us as villains in their narrative, undermining our ability to resist. Instead, use the Go Free dialogic. Using it empowers whites to reject these anti-white concepts and exposes the true intent, the calculated dismantling of our culture and existence. I have to tell you, folks, none of the so-called intelligentsia in the white sympathetic sphere, not one, have written this intelligently. End of conversation. Not one. Here he is again. 1,400 plus more human beings being empowered with the concepts and dialectics. God bless Anglo-Saxon NWG. Here we have Cindy Ben. Over here on Matt Walsh. Get out your 07s, ladies and gentlemen. Cindy has over 103 likes and climbing under Matt Walsh video. She writes this: it's not about hypocrisy, it's about anti-whiteism. It all boils down to that. Pithy and brilliant, and people are going to be able to read that and they're going to say it's true, it's not hypocrisy. It is about anti-whiteism. God bless the great Cindy Ben. Thank you, sister. Cool is always in the house, making it happen. He, under Matt Walsh as well, is here. He says, with almost 700 likes under Matt Walsh, in Matt Walsh's audience, he writes, as always, white people are expected to foot the bill for all of this forced multiracial harmonizing. I'm sick of anti-whiteism. Absolute empowerment by this general. Give it up for him. He goes again, this time under Sargon, Carl Benjamin, abstractionist extraordinaire, getting nearly 800 likes so far from Carl Benjamin's abstractionist audience by writing this: white erasure is happening in all our countries. Don't keep this conversation confined to the UK. Absolutely brilliant. God bless the cool Papa J Magic. Here he is again, working on 500 likes, again under Sargon. Get yourself a screenshot of that, and we're going to keep moving this along, ladies and gentlemen. More brilliance shared by this swashbuckling general, Dandy Westman, ladies and gentlemen. A post by Dandy, the great Dandy Westman. Let's hear it for the great Dandy Westman with this epic meme that he shares. He writes, quote, we have a special role in the world. There is no Western civilization without Western kind, and no other civilization has done more to benefit and elevate humanity. The world needs us to be proud, to do what we do best, to create order from chaos, knowledge from ignorance, liberty from tyranny, comfort from suffering, beauty from ugliness. The world needs us. Extra points to any swashbuckler out there. And it says there, race is not a social construct. Society is a racial construct. Ladies and gentlemen, we're working on 10,000 views. Give it up for the great Dan D. Westman. Brilliantly done, good sir. A swashbuckling commander extraordinaire. Here we have Scobie writing, but white erasure isn't real? Question mark. My God, that is epic. I don't think she follows me. Maybe she follows some of our swashbucklers. I know we are swashing on her all the time because she has a growing audience, likely to continue growing because she's a pretty female. Daniel Kincannon jumps in there with a little comment of his own, but 5,000 views already and climbing under Scobie and Daniel Kincannon. White people prefer white people on dating apps, but that could be changed. Study says, piece of news he shares. They openly announced their intent to socially engineer us out of our existence. And we know they've actually we covered this like 7 years ago. They were already hard and heavy on getting white people to biologically white erase ourselves. Let's give it up for these two people. Let's keep it going for the great Hans de Skipper. He's over here swashing on Chantisi. The great Hans gets 5,500 people and counting in Chantisi's audience, or Chantisi's audience, gets them to see this, where he writes, if these characters get the white erasure they wish for, they would find themselves sitting butt naked on a carpet of hair extensions. Let's give it up for the great Hans de Skipper, ladies and gentlemen. So people are going to say, oh, those concepts, they didn't come from the No White Guild community. No, I saw them over on Chantisi. Yeah, they came from the great Hans de Skipper. Bitch. Give it up for our champion. Let's keep it going while our audience gets a breath. Hans keeps it going under Matt Walsh. He gets almost 9,000 members of Matt Walsh's audience to see and read this with hundreds of likes and retweets. Anti-whites have no problem holding contradictory positions. Oh my God. The great Hans talking about, we've mentioned that how many times today, the great Hans was already on it. They have no problem holding contradictory positions as long as the conclusions are anti-white. Oh my God. Put this man on your shoulders. And I mean, he's still sitting on his stallion. So you're holding his stallion on your shoulders. Give it up for Hans de Skipper. Well done, brother. Janitor of White Noir made this epic video. I can't play it because I didn't have time to download it, but it says the same thing in numerous languages of our race and showing different flags in the background. And he writes, white well-being is worldwide. When you are targeted for your birth, there is no escape. You need to take a stand and kick it in the teeth. It's a song, it's flags. It says, in the anti-white narrative, non-white cultures are all good and Western cultures are all bad. And it says it in numerous different languages. Let's give it up for the janitor of White Noir, destroying what ails us within. God bless you, man. Awesome to see you up there on the heroes list, being celebrated on this swashbuckling Sunday. We also have a regular Homeless Bear. Homeless Bear coming in under I am yes, you are no, with 20,000 people seeing. And remember, we do this every week. Homeless Bear does this every single week, ladies and gentlemen. He says to 20,000 people with hundreds of relikes, hundreds of retweets and likes. He says all criminal evidence that contradicts the anti-white narrative gets flushed down the hush crime memory hole. Brilliantly sharing the concepts. that liberate our people. God bless this champion. Here he is again. Over 4,000, this time under Nick Shirley, over 4,000 people of Nick Shirley's audience read this. You know why they hate you? Because they're anti-white and you're not anti-white enough. That is a brilliant use, not only of the concepts, but the dialectic, ladies and gentlemen. They hate you because why? You are not anti-white enough. And he empowered over 4,200 people of Nick Shirley's audience just this week with that. The Blue Flame. I got to tell you, the Blue Flame is every week, day in, day out, really everybody out of their seats for the Blue Flame. He doesn't always end up. He should end up very often in the winner's circle, in the swashbuckling winner's circle. Here he is working on 2,000 views on a post of his own. He is at it every day, all day. He says there are people with solutions. The meme says, yesterday I learned about anti-whiteism. Yeah, a bit of a shock at first, says the guy on the left. And then the website, nowhiteguilt.org. The Blue Flame, ladies and gentlemen, a swashbuckling general that is always at work making it happen, whether you are awake or asleep. Make sure that he knows the love. And here we have our very own leader of the OT, the Tree Godfather, coming in under, is that Evelina? He writes to her audience, disgusting anti-whites wish to see the unique DNA of Swedes erased. They should be put down like the rabid animals they are. Over 8,100 members of her audience being empowered with the concepts, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for the Tree Godfather. Look at that, almost 1,000 likes from her audience. But wait, you know why Guilt guys didn't do it. It was the Evelina audience I saw. It was the Tree Godfather. Tree Godfather, I'm sorry. Not by Spirit of the West. Tree Godfather, not OT leader. Tree Godfather, ladies and gentlemen, making tremendous videos, as you see, and you're going to see him swashing another way in just a moment. Trying to read 2 screens at once. Not always as easy as it looks. 8,100 views. The Tree Godfather working on 1,000 likes, ladies and gentlemen. It came from the Tree Godfather, bitch. Here we have the West. He's writing under Representative Brandon Gill. Representative Brandon Gill. He gets out underneath of there with a brilliant leader of the OT comment. White erasure has consequences. Brilliantly written. How many people of Brandon Gill's audience? 7,100 and climbing were empowered by this. 7,100 people of the audience of Representative Brandon Gill. White erasure is the instigating attempt to and or act of eliminating white history, culture, values, religion, monuments, people, etc. NoWhiteGuilt.org. Give it up for the OT leader and genius. Keep it going. Western Kind Art, another one, always hard at work. 2,000 plus people that she empowered with this post under Left Waffen Watch. She wrote, my theory is these women aren't leftist. They are anti-white. What unites them is their hatred of white people and the West. Brilliantly written by this sister swashbuckler. So, of course, they would gladly see a white girl or woman raped and would welcome an invading army intent on bringing down the West. Our people across the globe have been deracinated and indoctrinated with anti-whiteism. This won't end until we unite as a people. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Western Kind Art. Make sure this swashbuckling sister feels the love. She's in the winner's circle. Another one that should regularly be, because she's always hard at work, always knocking it out of the park. Make sure she feels the love. And she shared this glorious meme with the web address, bringing people to the work we do. And there it is, the words we put in Donald Trump's mouth. But we're not done, because we're going to be celebrating the great Slotzian, ladies and gentlemen. The great Slotzian over on the great guy, attorney Andrew Ronca. Listen up for this.
And slots 7. There are no sanctuary cities. There are sedition cities and invasive aliens. And I 100% agree with that.
Oh, yes. Let's hear it for Andrew as well. The great slots. And Andrew, he 100% agrees. He's got a colossal audience. He's an attorney online. He's magnificent. He 100% agrees that these are sedition cities. Show the love to the swashbuckling slots. God bless you, brother. But we're not done there. We got one more. It is the Tree Godfather on the same Andrew Ronca.
The Tree Godfather says, you should do a show with Jason, is it Kona? Of No White Guilt as a guest. It would be epic. Jason's reached out to me. I don't know anything about Jason. I got to be honest. I cannot tell you how extended I am right now. Basically, I have 2 jobs now. I have the law of self-defense job I've been doing for 30 years, which I still love, which we're still doing. It's not going anywhere.
For these guys, ladies and gentlemen.
But then the last few months, we started doing this legal political analysis stuff on YouTube, and it's just taken off, and I'm tired. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work doing 2 shows of this intensity and volume. So I just don't have a lot of time for side ventures. I also have a family and a motorcycle. But I'll keep it in mind. It's not that I'm against it. It's just I'm way busy.
Love it, love it. Show this man, both of these men, Tree Godfather, Andrew Ronca, some love. And with that, we will be right back. Wow, my goodness. Keep the celebrations going for our financial gifters. We want to give it up for the great Dude Bro Moment over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Show the man some love. Let's get everybody in the chat to say what Dude Bro Moment just gave and what he writes with every financial gift that he gives. You know it, ladies and gentlemen. Dude Bro Moment, $50. $50 in service to white well-being, and he writes for white well-being. And that's how you know the man is full of love and he's ready to take down the opposition. He is a man who is focused on ending the victimization, who is stopping the rape of that white girl at the mall that we were talking about earlier, ladies and gentlemen. Let's also keep it going for our Earl Sporring the Sandwich. Keep it going. $25. Our Earl of Sandwich. $25 over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. He says, for white well-being as well. Thank you, Jason, for holding the line. I'll never give it up. And God bless you for saying that. You will always find, if you're on the front line, you will always finding me stand right there beside you. Big salutes to these 2 heroes, ladies and gentlemen. On your feet. Keep it going. For the one and only, you know him well. He is financially gifting in between shifts while he sleeps in his car. It's Corey. $50 as well. God bless the great Corey in the house today. In the house. $50. He swooped into the house. He says, no kings is one day, but going free is for life. I love it, man. That is put together so brilliantly. No kings is for a day, but going free is for life. The great Seamus is in it today as well with $25. Keep the celebration. Raucous emojis, crepitant emojis. Big love for the hero. Big love. $25 financial gift. And he says, white fathers. White well-being. Amen, good brother. Thank you for that. Looking out for the white dads out there. Big salutes to the great Seamus. Let me check Subscribe Star, then we'll come back. We'll get all of the gifts that did not hit the threshold for celebration. Hello to Aliens exist over there on Premium Rumble. And let me give a refresh over there because that froze on me. We had a couple glitches while we've been rolling today, but otherwise, I think we're rolling okay. I think we are everywhere. Yes, yes, indeed. All right. And we have, we got a sticker over there on D Live. And looks like, let's see if we have any gifts or comments. No gifts. So we'll come back to any comments that might be there. And we have over here the great Yiz the Unifier, who will be on tomorrow at 6 p.m. Discordant Dragons. And if ForNull is still here, if he would let us know if he's going to be on or not, that would be great. We'll mention that. Yiz the Unifier, $5 financial gift. And she says, weekly folk tithe. And for white well-being. Thank you so much. Looks like we are blank. We didn't miss anybody on Subscribe Star. And I don't see any other financial gifts. We do have a comment on Odyssey from Question Everything, I think. Says that the name them thing, he said, is treated as a magic talisman. It means nothing if we do not have a people. Very well put. Question Everything. I 100% agree with that. Big thank you to, let's see, Retro Dreamer for the sticker over on D Live. And we had Truth is Our Reality laughing uproariously over there on D Live. I appreciate it. If there were any other comments on Premium Rumble, they're not showing for me because it froze, not the stream going out, but the stream coming back in. So thank you for that. Colonial Dame has joined us. She says, hi, Jason. It feels like war right now. It definitely is. And it never ends for us. That's why we have to keep pushing and keep knocking it out of the park with these colossal victories, empowering people with the concepts that change their lives. We had somebody asking to turn off the cheering. No chance, my friend. I have gone back and listened to the streams, and I can hear myself very easily over the cheering. We celebrate those victories. So it's not, I don't like it being just silent with me saying, yay, and people celebrating silently in the live chat. Now we're going to have the crowd roar for these folks because that's what they deserve. And in fact, I had a thought today as I turned the AC on, because you know how hot I make it, ladies and gentlemen. We know how hot I make it. But I had a thought today that the very first trophy that we have to, or not trophy, the very first statue that we're going to build, that I believe we have to build. I don't know what the statue is going to be yet, but I know one thing that is absolutely must be on it. It's going to be your names. It's going to be the names of the heroes in service to white women, whatever name you want used, your screen name, whatever it is, it's going to be all of our names. And we'll leave room for more of our names to be entered as we move forward. And we'll try to get as many of the heroes that participated from the past. We'll try to recall who those people were and get their names on the statue as well. But this is a 100% going to happen. There will be a statue that we build, and it will have all of your names on it, because we are going to send the message. We are going to instantiate the sacrifice, the investment of time, the investment of intelligence, the investment of emotion, the investment of money, the willingness in love to sacrifice some of these relationships that we had in our life from people who maybe are good but don't understand, people who were bad and were harming us all along. We're going to celebrate this in this what will be a magnificent work. That is happening in the future 100%. You will have a monument on planet Earth that you will be able to point to from wherever you are on planet Earth and say, there's the evidence of all of my years of work. You'll be able to tell friends if you want. You'll be able to tell descendants. You'll be able to tell your parents. You'll be able to tell anybody. A lot in this world is all about just enjoying the moment, spending the money. We grow up in laissez-faire capitalism or just capitalism, or however you want to look at it, crony capitalism, whatever it is. And it's all about just get your rocks off right now. And it's always hollow. It's always meaningless. We always walk away empty, wondering why we feel that way. We have this commodious room in our spirit to fill with love and nobility and glory. And we try filling it with movies or cars, and none of it works. You will have participated in something that long after you're gone, your name will remain. God bless every single one of you. All right. Myra Page is here. Jay Bishop is here. Anonymous is here. The great Dean of Danger. Brand Danger is here. Good to see all of the champions. Winged Productions. Red Dog is here. Ned Rec. That's a pretty cool name. If you have a comment, Anglo-Saxon and WG is here. You have a comment, you have a question, tag me now. So many victories. And remember, every time when you encounter somebody who looks at you like, what do you mean that's a victory? Just remember Friedrich Nietzsche. We shared at the beginning now of every, and we will keep sharing it. Because those who cannot see the victories, they're not going to understand the dancing. First Last is here in the house. Another champion. Ayayay is here. Melody Dawn is here. Hello and welcome. Beam Rider is with us. Hello. Kingdom of Vinland. Wonderful to see you, good brother. This is how I would love to have like a giant hall. Like what are those? What were the Riders of Rohan, and the king had that big hall. I would like to greet like all of you in that place. Or maybe do like we used to do it, where there would be a person that would announce you to the whole hall when you enter. The Westman is here. We're going to have Stumbling is here. Good to see you. Marsha is here. Azimuth Clark is here. We're going to have that monument. We're going to have that statue. And we will do this creatively. We will make it as difficult to, I don't know, maybe a combination of find or vandalize, to vandalize, or just to vandalize, or whatever. We will find a creative way. It will remain long after you're gone. You could even put on your epitaph, on your tombstone, here lies whatever your real name is. My name was screen name, and you can find me on whatever this monument ends up being named. Eva is here. All right. Brandisher is here. High Noon. That's a cool name. Brandisher says, it's like fighting for a lost cause, yet I fight because it is instinctively right. It is instinctively right, but it's not lost anymore. It's not like I got so tired of being in the pro-Southern groups where it was always, the sentiment always was the lost cause. I was like, no, I'm not a part of a lost cause. We're going to win, motherfucker. That's what's going to happen. We're going to win. Colonial Dame saying, God bless you. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. She says, do you have an idea where the statue will be? Not yet. We'll figure that out. But it's guaranteed. There's going to be a monument, and it's going to have our names on it. Whatever name you end up wanting. If you all remember, I bought pages in the magazine that was being produced by Tony Vermont. Do you remember that? And I listed on 2 pages where it opened up the names of everybody participating in doing something productive in some form or fashion. And then Tony was such a good guy back in the day. He's like, no, have the money back. We didn't even take the money. But our names are going to be remembered. We did something profound with our lives. We didn't just get a job and pay taxes and die. We did something worthwhile. Hank Soul Man. We must include the lexicon on the monument. Agreed, brother. Yes. Brandisher says, I need the reassurance at the moment. Well, we're winning, man. Did you watch last week? Did you see Heather McDonald use anti-whiteism? We are the only source of that. We push anti-white, she used it. We push anti-whiteism, she used it. This is the pinnacle of the intelligentsia in the United States. Fellow at the Manhattan Institute, deeply respected after 40 years of research and writing. Enormous victory. And so many others. I mean, was it Tree Godfather who said the down under and up over? We had the big victory in Australia, getting on that political party's front webpage at the very top that I showed you all, where they advertised Go Free. And then we had the big victory on the mainstream conservative news website, where the content creator, after our swashbucklers have been swashing on him and that platform forever, got him to start talking about the anti-whites. So we had victories down under and up over. Like, what more does anybody need? Goofus is with us. Hello. Okay. We got to keep it rolling. What do I have here? We have nothing in the mailbag, but let's continue some celebrations. Even though the thaumatological mailbag is empty this week, we do have an anonymous gift from Anonymous of $50. 50. Save the white baby. Cuddle the white baby dollars. 50. The white baby is going to be preserved at all costs. Dollars. 50 from Anonymous. Let's show some love to Anonymous. 007s. Let's get him some raucous emojis for sure. Every Anonymous isn't the same Anonymous, but this Anonymous is given $50. Ladies and gentlemen, 50. I know who you are, brother. We do have some announcements, and thank you all for celebrating Anonymous. Let's see. We do have some announcements. Let's send. There are 2 members of the community who are dealing with some anti-white issues. So let's send some prayers and some positive energy out into the void for 2 of our members, or 2 people in the community who are dealing with some anti-white issues, that they persevere, that they remain strong, that the issues abate. I deeply appreciate that. Thank you so very much. Hey, let's also celebrate 32,000 on X. Finally, after all of the censorship and the schmucks and the cucks trying to drive people away from us, We have finally hit 32,000. But not only that, as we had mentioned earlier, we just hit 27,000 on YT, growing again, 200 new followers in 28 days on YouTube. Really amazing. That's worth a little bit of a celebration against the odds, against the censorship of the anti-whites. We continue to plow forward. Remember, if you are new and you're following new, head on down into the description and follow me on Telegram, follow me other places, because you will be unsubscribed. That is almost universal. I hear it all the time. You will be unsubscribed. You'll forget about ever finding us. And then, as we have so many times happen, 8 months later, a year and a half later, they find us again. They come across us again, and they're like, wait a second, I followed you, never heard again, anything, completely forgot. That's how the censorship works. So make sure you follow in multiple places. Telegram might be the safest, and maybe X next, but I don't know. Make sure you follow and click the bell or whatever else there is on X for following me. Because another thing that's true on X is that you can follow me and my tweets are shadow banned. So I normally get like 1% of my followers will actually see my tweets. So we are deboosted. So make sure you click the bell, or even though you clicked follow, you're not going to see me again. None of my tweets will come your way. It'll be another 8 months before you finally get a tweet from me and realize that, well, we've been busy for 8 months and you just were never notified of it. I've spoken with the people at X, and the people who take my money have verified for me that, yes, indeed, I am deboosted and that other parties are boosted. So thank you for all of those new people. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let's give them a big welcome. Do a better job than I do. Getting a little bent out of shape at Brad earlier in the gathering. Fired up, man. Fired up. Too many times. I tell you, I'm not perfect. I'm just as close as you're going to come without being divine. But yeah, not perfect. Not perfect. Heard that line too. What am I supposed to do? All right. So big victories there. I want to also bring everybody's attention to the description on YouTube. We have fabulous people who make clips of these gatherings. And we know that the attention span of the average white brother or sister today is probably the worst on the planet. I imagine that goldfish say to each other, what do you think, I have the attention span of a white guy or white woman? Pfft. Say to a room of other goldfish, what do you guys have the attention span? Come on, look up at the side of the tank here. We're in prison. Do you have the attention span of a white person? So these great clip makers are now in the description right at the top. You can, as a swashbuckler, you can go jump onto their platforms, share their clips all over the place. As somebody who's new or somebody who is intermediate or even a veteran, you would like some more information, you can drop down right to these clip makers and making glorious, wonderful clips. But not only did I include the clip makers there, I also included the music makers, at least the ones of the songs that you hear most of the time. So if you drop down into the description, you'll also find, in addition to the clip makers, music makers accounts, and you'll be able to find their music. I still have to get, I think I have already put up the great slots, but there might be others whose accounts that I still have to get. Tell me who I have not included, and they will go up. And forevermore, as we move forward, these questions or complaints about, well, your gathering is 4.5 hours long, so I can't watch 5 minutes of it. We'll be able to remedy that. We've got clips, no excuses. And we literally have thousands of clips, literally thousands. You can also find a great deal of those clips on my playlist, a great many clips on my playlist called, what is it called? No White Guilt Shorts, short clips, or something like that on my YouTube channel. So you can find them there to share, or you can find them there to watch if you're one of these people who don't do anything for 4.5 hours. Like this is like the least tiring thing I do for 4.5 hours. I mean, at least for this 4.5 hours, the entire time I'm sitting upright. That doesn't always happen when I'm happy. All right. We have our Go Free segment, lesson of the day. We're talking about the MP, and we're going to get to that in just 1 minute. Second edition, iteration 2. It is on page 212. We will get to that in just a moment. The MP, We All Bleed Red. Now, this is one, as I said, of a great many of meme pathogens, ideas that harm us, that the anti-whites will use on us that are remedied by the MC. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. But before we read that little bit, talk about it, and see what you have to say, we are going to have our content creator segment. All of these people are on YouTube, but you will also be able to find them elsewhere. I, of course, since the ear is against the door, want you to stay on YouTube. The Foundation for White Wellbeing.org. Andrei Moisejev at Art of Myth. School of the West.world. Yiz the Unifier at Yiz the Eunuch. I mentioned her Discordant Dragons. She also has the Corner Club, and she also has the Empire of Lies, and she does a morning stream maybe once a week. Very productive. Fornelius Newland at ForNeliusNulland. He occasionally does Dragon Synth Adventures. He is ForNull USA on Twitter. He also has a blog, westernparagon.blogspot.com. I think Yiz has a Substack as well, yiztheeunuch.substack.com. Trying not to miss anybody. We got the Great Porridge at Jubilation Media, one of our swashbucklers down under. We have Final Blossom at Final Blossom. Also, he has the newsletter, Western Kind Wellbeing Newsletter, finalblossom.substack.com. We have Biospirit of the West, the White Wellbeing Cora, and I don't know exactly who is now running or still in charge or what's happening over there, but nowhiteguilt.cora.com. Check it out. Become a follower. Biospirit of the West is also Biospirit West on Twitter. He is also on Rumble. Biospirit of the West. And there's no hyphen. It's just Biospirit. Dinostorm at Dinostorm. He's also at StudioDinostorm.com. Don't forget, also talking about games, the great ForNull has also created a video game. And what was that one called? It's WesternKindGames.com. WesternKindGames.com. We have White Student Transmission at White Student T on X. Aussie Mike down under, covering the murders of our brothers and sisters in South Africa. He is at Traditional Mike on X. Wing It Productions at Wing It Prod. Ye Old European. That's our Go Free Dutch website. It is WESTERWELZIJN.BE. The Go Free Dutch website. Promethean Kitchen at Promethean Kitchen. Seamus, the great Seamus we saw today on YouTube, SAMUSKI 36. On Twitter, CAPERNICUS 418. One of Western Kind at 1 of Western Kind. Anglo-Saxon NWG at symbol Anglo-Saxon NWG. Based White at Based White NWG. And he is on YouTube under that name and Twitter and Instagram. And I believe his name on Facebook is now at symbol Based White. The letter, it's Based White NWG and then another letter G. And No White Guilt Clips at NWG Clips on X. On Insta. Oh, no, it's not. It's NWG Clips just on X, I think. On Instagram, and No White Guilt Clips. Same on Gab, YouTube, BitChute, Facebook, Rumble, and Truth Social. And on TikTok, he is Jason Goes Political Show. Also have Nathan Lentini at Nathan Lentini 8001. And Great Slots at symbol SLAUGHTZ. And we have here The Tree Godfather at symbol The Tree Godfather. And it's the same. Is it the same on Twitter? But that is, I believe, definitely it on YouTube. Content creators, if there is someone that I missed, please reach out to me. Let me know. We need to support each other, magnify each other, broaden the audience by broadening the community. Antiwhiteism ends with you. I'd imagine that the real Americans of the South would have had more blacks than the North fighting and more moral and behaved black people than the North too. Well, yes. But of course, YouTube is watching. So it's my opinion that there were lots of black people, free black people in the South who fought for the South. There were a lot of free black people who supported the war to defend the Confederacy against the United States of America. They had assets, they had holdings, they didn't know what war was going to mean as well, and they were free. You had black people in the South who also owned slaves. You had 5 American Indian nations that fought for the Confederacy. They even had their own Confederate flag. Initially, they were brought together to fight the United States, but they squabbled too much amongst themselves, so they had to break them apart. But check with CNN. Check with CNN about that. The war, as articulated at the time, was to the United States was to preserve the Union, which of course was a direct contradiction to what the Founding Fathers had said, established what the states had done by joining the Union. And then later, again, in my opinion, they decided to make it about slavery. Yes, there were abolitionists that were psycho anti-whites at the time that were in the United States and in the northern states before the southern states seceded, that said things like all the blacks should rise up and kill all the white people. They wanted that. You can go back and read it on. Maybe I misread. Go back and read it for yourself. But there weren't the black population in the northern states was much smaller, so there couldn't be a rise up and kill all the white people argument made there. But yeah, we could go on and on about that, and it's not going to achieve anything. Hank Solman says rats, snakes, even sharks all bleed red. Exactly. The great ForNull saying awesome work. Awesome work to you, brother. Let's see here. Hank saying we must include the lexicon on the monument. Yeah, we'll absolutely include as much of it as we can. Certainly the key concepts. Yeah, we want people. I mean, think about it. Think about the monument. What were those stones called? Were they in North Carolina? That had like the New World Order garbage on them. Think about it kind of like that, but for good. Okay, yeah. All right, big thank you to everybody who was celebrating. God bless everybody for that. That's so vitally important. Remember what I said at the beginning of the decade, that the anti-whites are going to continue growing in their power and their ability to injure us, and that we are positioned with Go Free to grow at a parallel rate. We're starting much further back, but if we grow at a parallel rate, we will defeat them. The reason why is because the lexicon, the concepts, the arguments, is a curative contagion in the exact same way that anti-whiteism was a disease, spread very easily from person to person. This works the same way. One of the most important aspects of it is that it's dynamic and malleable, so that it will fit in all of these different situations in people's lives, at different strata in society, different levels of wealth, in the military, not in the military, in government, not in government, in the doctor's office, at the welder's booth. It can fit, it can morph and fit in all these environments. It always needed to be this way. That is the exact same way that anti-whiteism defeated us. So, if we grow and we parallel and we're having the victories to the growth of anti-whiteism, by the end of this decade, yes, numerically in many places, we are going to be a minority, but everything will have changed. Fundamentally changed. And you think about it, here we are, 2025. Did you really think in 2020 that Heather McDonald would be using anti-white and anti-whiteism and saying that over her previous 40 years of being an intellectual and influence the heavy hitters in intellectual erudite circles, that she would say that all that time that I've been saying anti-Western, that is anti-whiteism. That's the exact same thing. Anti the people who create the West. So not some weird sort of the West is a collection of opinions that anybody can adopt, like Trump was saying, like Musk was saying, like Ramaswamy was saying. It's just a collection of opinions. Anybody can be that thing. She literally saying, it is white people. Did you think that would happen? We said it would. We said it was possible. We said if we pushed, it would happen. And there it is, 5 years later. This is the halfway point. This is literally the halfway. It's June 15th. We are at the halfway point of the halfway through this decade. Continue racing downhill from here forward. And we'll go into the second half of this decade with all of this headwind, with all of these victories. Yeah, there are going to be more setbacks. There are going to be more challenges. But we'll keep having victories like this. And that changes everything. When we sit back in the glow of Heather McDonald's and Donald Trump's using anti-white and anti-whiteism and King Dice and all, when we sit back in the glow of that power, that'll be all the light you need to see the rest of the path to our victory. It'll finally be visible. It's like in the song that we start Sundays with. We make our own light to see our way. All right. Let's get into any of your comments or questions. And this, have you heard the meme pathogen, we all bleed red? That means, what are anti-whites conveying to you? Often you'll hear cucks will try to address this flippantly. They'll try to make a joke. They'll try to laugh. They want to change the subject. Then they'll agree that we're all the same. Well, why do anti-whites want to arrive at the conclusion that everybody's identical? Because if everybody's identical, then your country isn't yours, white person. You're just another piece of human material. And humans made the United States. So if humans from someplace else in the world show up, it's as much theirs as it is yours. It's a human thing. That's what they, with arguments like we all bleed red, and there are many of them, that's what they angle toward. That's the conclusion. If you don't address that, right at its root, right at the point that they are making, the unspoken premise, the unspoken argument, if you don't address that, you lose. You remain in their anti-white narrative where you can't climb out. So instead, and has anybody heard variations of that? Tag me as No White Guilt if you want to share. Oh, that's right. Ladka over here. Is that what it is? Ladka? Ladka? I'm squinting, but I can't quite see. It says Georgia Guidestones. And that's what they are. Yes, it's in Georgia. They were destroyed, of course. The Georgia Guidestones. We're going to have a very different type of Guidestones. And we're going to work at making them last in a much more feasible. Those things were right out there on the edge of the highway for people to just go up and vandalize and damage. You know the anti-whites will be hunting these things down. Maybe there needs to be, maybe we dial back the glory of it so that there can be more of them, identical. Then anti-whites would have to be traveling all over like a treasure hunt to get them all. We'll entertain all ideas on this. We'll see. We'll make it happen. Oh, I can see that. Ladakh. I can kind of see it. Did I get that right? Ladakh? Thank you very much. The reddish orange color of the name is really a blurry mess. So he wrote it in black as a message. So we have that to look forward to. Our statues, our monuments, our Georgia Guidestones. Ooh, that sounds kind of inspirational. That sounds kind of cool. To really instantiate. In fact, I think that deserves a little bit of a song as we go into our MC.
I see your pain in the silence where no one dares to go. The weight of a world that's been unkind, so heavy it's hard to show. There's a story behind those eyes of a love that's been denied, Underneath it all you're holding tight, but the scars, they don't lie. In the face of this pain, in this endless strife, antiwhiteism tries to claim your life. The stories they write don't tell of our tears, but I hear your voice and I hold you near. For all the times you heard the lies, all the times you doubt your worth, know there's a truth they tried to hide. Your beauty's shaped upon this earth. I see the weight you carry every day, the lies they spin, the games they play. In the silence of your heart you know what's true, that you're more than the world says of you. In the face of this pain, in this endless strife, antiwhiteism tries to claim your life. The stories they write don't tell of our tears, but I hear your voice and I hold you near. They try to cloud your light with lies and
Really a beautiful piece of music by the great Slots, rocking it out in several different ways. Let me know that you can hear me okay. Big salutes to the great Slots for this tune. Very moving piece.
You've got the power with truth that never bends. In the face of this pain, in this endless strife, antiwhiteism tries to claim your life. The stories they write don't tell of our tears, but I hear your voice and I hold you near. For the ones who've come before and the ones yet to be, we carry a light, and now we'll see.
God bless the great Sloths for that beautiful piece of music. Great song, yes indeed. And thank you, Corey, for saying you could hear me. While the beautiful music was playing, very stirring. Dandy Westman, the great Dandy Westman, financially gifted $5 over here on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Says the Western Kind Archetype Guidestones. Oh, yes. We will build the Western Kind Archetype Guidestones. Oh, just imagine that. The power, too, of instantiating. We almost have, by the way, folks, a record audience on Twitter today. We are very close to a record audience over on Twitter as we are rolling toward the end of a glorious gathering. And we're talking about the meme pathogen we all bleed red. And I have some commentary. When they, anti-whites, focus on the similarities, you focus on the differences. Most things bleed red. Mock the anti-white. They breathe oxygen and we breathe oxygen. So therefore identical. As the anti-white is searching for similarities with which to identify, you may add that pedophiles also bleed red. We hope that they do. But really, you go to the throat with this meme curative, and in so many different situations, the meme curative is powerful at shutting down one of the core tenets of anti-whiteism, which is that there are no difference among human populations. They're all identical. We're just human beings. That's why you see so many people who will use, as a consequence, also part of anti-whiteism, the meme pathogen. Instead of saying mankind, they say humankind. They say, instead of a white race, they'll say human race. No such thing. These are fictions of the anti-white narrative, which become people's lived reality, as we explain in this dialogic. So the most powerful thing, the quickest and best thing you can do in that situation, and remember, and I share this emphatically because I've had it happen so many times to me. When you drop this mean curative, this MC, it's not the similarities that make us the same, it's the differences that make us different. When you drop it, you will arrest the thinking of the anti-white, of a vague, our brother or sister out there. You will arrest it. They'll do the I thing where they're searching in their head, not knowing how to respond to that, realizing that it's true. Having said that, moments later, maybe 5 minutes later in a conversation, you'll need to repeat it because they'll keep going back to the well of their lived experience, anti-whiteism. They'll keep going back in various terminology. I've had conversations with people where they will go back to the well 5+ times using various terminology to say, yeah, but everybody's the same. And so what are the deductions from there? The white race can be exploited. Everybody's the same. So illegal aliens, border crossers, as I call them, intruders, as I call them, should receive free health care since everybody's the same. And therefore, any objection, think of the power of this and how this circles right to, as we educate, the basis of every anti-white argument, retributive justice against the white race. So you can make arguments that are true, maybe, but are not going to be successful in persuading our brothers and sisters to join us in this righteous cause of arresting the victimization of white people on the basis of our birth, which will benefit everyone who lives in the West. So you can make an argument about, well, it can't be a right if human beings have to be forced to render health care. That's slavery. So that can't be a right. So that's legitimate. It's a legitimate argument. But you're not going to pin down a brother or sister that is swimming in anti-whiteism and you're trying to bring them out. You're trying to save them with that argument. You could make other arguments about the economy of it. You could make other arguments about the supply and demand. You could make many different types of arguments, and an anti-white or a vague swimming in anti-whiteism and anti-white terminology will eventually reach the point where they're saying white people owe it. Every single bloody time, white people owe it because retributive justice, when they say white people owe it or white people should do it, the unspoken premise there is that retributive justice against the white race. Your people have harmed, your people have, etc. Doesn't bother. It was not going to help making the argument in order to engender a righteous cause of defeating anti-whiteism, to make the argument that these people weren't victimized 100, 200, 500 years ago, and you weren't the victimizer 100, 200, 500 years ago. That's not going to engender a righteous battle. That's not going to engender a fiery, righteous emotion in our people to arrest our victimization. So instead, you go to the MC. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. This MC is perfect because you're not saying that any group is inferior or superior. We're just legitimately different groups of people. And what's the biggest identifier? Anti-whites and probably some vagues that you talk with are going to want to talk about deflection. They're going to want to talk about other things. They're going to want to talk about language. And so, well, we're different from the Germans because we're English speakers. They're German speakers and things of this nature. What are the things that differentiate the different groups of mankind? It's very simple. It's instinct. Instinct manifested on our world, on our environments, in its aggregate, is what we call culture. The culture then gives birth and rise to countries, and they have very distinct hues, very distinct identities. When you look at the group of people who look roughly like us, we all produce a very distinct, instinct-driven type of manifestation in the world. When you look at blacks, same. When you look at Arabs, same. When you look, etc. So, what does that prove? It proves that we are a distinct people. We're not identical to all other groups. We are a distinct people that produce a distinct culture and a distinct civilization. A civilization and a culture that we need to receive feedback from so that we have harmony. I've likened before, as we are reaching the end of this epic gathering, I've likened before this feedback loop that you need to feel in society. And anti-whites agree with me earnestly for anti-white purposes, though. Daughter of Eve is here. She says it's a great idea, something. I don't know what she's talking about. But good to see you. I've likened it to looking in a mirror. When anti-whites are talking, you've heard the argument thousands of times from anti-whites that black people need to see black culture coming back at them to feel whole. I agree. That's true. Asians need to do the same thing. Jews need the same thing. White people need the same thing. We need to feel that we're seeing ourselves and our world around us so that we can have that harmony. When we look in a mirror, imagine if tomorrow arrived and when you looked in the mirror, you didn't see yourself as you looked the previous day. You saw something different, a little different, in a way that is unsettling and you don't like it. And the next day, it's a little worse. And the next day, it's a little worse. That would be extremely distressing. That's the same way culture acts on the inhabitants. Multicultural culture has always been a lie, a meme pathogen. It's not possible. You would need a different animal than a human being. And in fact, maybe a different animal than any kind of animal you find on planet Earth. Because all of the animals on planet Earth express their instincts onto their environment. And they look for those cues, the way they build a nest, the way they hunt for food. And they don't tolerate the intrusion. They don't tolerate the anomaly. So very powerful here. And before we wrap it up today, can you see of any opportunities, either in the past that you could have used this MC, or in the future that you will be using the MC? Either way, you can take a screenshot, you can come back and look at it again, and remember how useful and powerful it can be for you in persuading our brothers and sisters to come to white well-being. That's the only reason why we talk about this. There's no other reason. If you're just complaining, you're doing nothing. We have a $10 financial gift over here from Cyberchud on the Dude Bro Moment platform. Thank you so much for the $10. Jason, what do you think about the argument that whites have a harder time coming together because we are an umbrella of white races who used to fight constantly? Catholic versus Protestant, English and German, American versus Irish. I think whites coming together is a superpower. It is a superpower, and we're not different races. I would define race by that cultural manifestation. And if you're looking at the different groups of mankind, you can clearly see that we, even though we have our variations, are a group. Blacks have the same thing. They have their variations, but it's distinct from the white variations. But yes, you're absolutely onto something. You're talking about religious and ethnic squabbles. And those are the things we have to overcome. If we identify that we all share a common biospirit, an instinct, another way to put it, if we identify that we are all the same in that respect, not only will we be able to come together for our mutual well-being, but we will be able to celebrate and deepen those various hues of Western civilization. Why? Because we are acknowledging that we are a single people with all of these beautiful expressions. The natural consequence of that thinking would not be homogeneity to some rough estimate of what a white person is. It would be the celebration of all of the hues of how we project that instinct into the world. So we would see a much deeper appreciation of all of our separate ethnicities by overcoming the ethnicities with an acknowledgement that we have a single instinct, a single biospirit that delineates us from the other peoples of mankind. Not better, not worse, but definitely different. Also, an expression that as individuals, we need for our personal harmony. We need for our personal well-being to be inundated with, to be surrounded with. This is how I talk about it, and I crush people all the time. So I strongly encourage, I need you all crushing everybody. If you all continue to if you crush everybody like I crush everybody, and these swashbuckling commanders crush everybody here, imagine Heather McDonald today, who tomorrow? Thank you for the financial gift and that great question. And specifically, like when it comes to the different religions, we accept that God made us all clearly a distinct group. Western kind, Westman, the white race. He clearly made us a distinct group, which means he clearly wants us to exist. There's no order that we're supposed to take care of the world. We're supposed to white erase ourselves for the good of everybody. None of that's there to be found. So Catholics and Protestants, Mormons, whatever, they should lay down differences for the superiority of God's will, which is our birth. Catholics aren't born Catholic. Protestants aren't born Protestant. Mormons aren't born Mormon, etc. They all have to learn the teachings, abide by there's one thing that God brought us forth as. It's that there can be no argument about. Henry says it's a bit hard to get into how every detail is anti-white and communicating that. I usually go with broader statements. You're using X, Y, Z as excuses to take from us you're anti-white. Yes, that's how you're supposed to do it. You don't need to explain the whole picture. No, the more explanation can come when, for example, you have a brother or sisters, like you're going back and forth and you're persuading them, you're convincing them, like with that initial argument. They're like, whoa, that's true. That would be anti-white of me. Then you can explain more. You can have a deeper conversation. Great point. Thank you for adding it. I once had an anti-white teacher say, there is one race, the human race, and a Mexican guy said, that's so stupid. And we all laughed. Yeah, isn't the sad thing, the sad reality, that a Mexican kid or whatever could make a snarky comment about an anti-white edict. This is like, you better believe it, because if you don't, you're an evil person. You won't be able to have friends and family. You won't be able to have work, etc. But the Mexican says it, since he's non-white, that means he has value in anti-whiteism. Now everybody's able to laugh. Oh, that's funny that he snarked off to the teacher. What would happen if a white kid said that? That tells you everything you need to know about the social morality of the West. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. We all experienced it, but we are the few that recognize it firsthand. It's like Jesus carrying the cross. Only few can do the task, says Brandisher. You know what? That's powerful, man. And that's so true. It is exactly like Jesus having to carry the cross. And that's what we've been doing for all these years. We've been carrying the burden, and we'll continue to carry the burden because it's the moral thing to do, is to stand up and fight against anti-whiteism with all of our passion, all of our lives, and we're going to get our names on a monument or monuments that the anti-whites won't be able to take down. You'll be remembered forever for the hard work that you're doing here in service to white well-being, the noble work, the courageous work, the glorious work. The glory will be yours. Let's go free.